do some changes here. We can do that later. Okay, it is listed. Good. Set everything up properly then. This there for now. Expedition Vikings. This quickly became one of my more favorite games when I started playing it. I just like how the combat and the gameplay is, and the soundtrack. I adore it. I absolutely adore it. To the point where I might make it that simple for the thumbnail of this video. I play on the hardest difficulty setting because it's fun. But we can read through them. Leif Erikson was of course the guy who discovered North America. Originally from Norwegian birth, I believe it was, because it was Eric the Red and then came Leif Erikson. And therefore originally him himself probably born in Iceland, because Eric Norwegian to Iceland and then to Greenland. Then he went beyond. His successor attempts to settle them poorly. Leif's own expedition were highly successful and peaceful. If you choose the setting, luck will favor you on your expedition as well. Ivar the Boneless was one of the leaders of the Great Heathen Army, invaded Britain in the late 9th century. If you pick the setting, you may face major challenges, but you are likely to prevail in the end. Ragnar Lothbrok. Legendary Viking raider who blackmailed France and England. He won power and wealth, but ultimately met a bloody death at the hands of his enemies. He will be met with great resistance, but your victory will be all the sweeter for it. Eric Bloodaxe was a Norwegian raider who briefly ruled Northumbria in the 10th century before being betrayed and killed. You will find no mercy, your enemies will be relentless, and your trials numerous. Grueling defeat is the most likely outcome. Let's do it. Iron Man, let's go. How this difficulty tend to play out is in the early game you're going to face a lot more perils than you will late game, because by the time you start getting your mail armor, the game's just over. You're gonna take, reduced 70 if not 90 if not 100% reduced damage. So it's like it becomes a bit of a moot point at that point, but here in the beginning we're gonna be a lot more tactical about it. Now, the character we're going to be playing is originally of Star Wars descent, in terms of when I created the character for the first time. First, I will regale a bit of the story as we progress during the quiet parts, during combat and things potentially, but that's just the beginning. As a last name, I actually have one with the normal one, so we're just going to make it Harald as our father's name. Be medium. Smooth face. A band short doesn't seem quite right. Doesn't seem quite sure. Headband under, that seems about right. Fancy tunic. Boots. I'm happy with that. Now, our primary stats, they work quite simply. You can actually see that when my face is in the way. So let me move that real quick. You have strength, endurance, finesse, perception, and sense. I have to go back so you can see. You could see that earlier, I think. Basically, the damage you deal with swords and axes and certain other things that affects physical feats and stuff and dialogue and such. We're not playing a strength character. Do not need this. We will drop 1 endurance, and as you see, that disables the ability to get axe, Dane axe, sword skill. And I believe it, removes throwing, it removes stun. So we're unable to overpower anyone, basically. We are, however, going to be maxing out fitness. Fitness even. Is that accurate? Yeah. Endurance is your ability to be useful with both your shields and your HP and such. We're doing a bit of a rogue here, so we don't really care. Finesse is the rogue statistic. Knives, spears, and crit chance. Range characters and freehand rogues can occasionally be used as far to dialogue. And it's also what affects your ability to steal. Perception determines accuracy with ranged weapons, is crucial for archers, and will often reveal additional dialogue because you're going to be perceptive. Go ahead. Sense is your ability to be useful in your surrounding, but also in a more spiritual sense, if you will. It's fundamental to witches and skalds and other support characters. They allow for witchcraft and Galder. You need, I think it's 6 to access both of those. In fact, we can sec. Okay, so 3 cents to access the witchcraft, but you need a lot more for healing. You only need 4 to access Galder. That's good to know. And then we have our skill points over here. I just poked myself in the eye like an idiot. Inherently, we're going to be doing dual wielding dagger. So we're going to put 2 points here, which does quite simply gives us the ability Death Blow and increases our damage done with knives by 10 and increases it by 20 with rank 2, which is basically the same thing that rank 4 does, and then you get abilities every third point, basically. Well, every second point. Here you have more utilitarian offensive things. In this case, we're going dual wielding, and we need to start with this one, which is one of the best. Huck and slash, if you haven't moved as a full action, we'll go that into the first combat scenario we'll do. And we want here. It's not as important, but we still want it. I want to pick up this pretty early, I think, but not quite yet. In terms of here, for our main character, we get the option for diplomacy, so we sort of shoehorn ourselves into getting that. Even if we don't use those options, we still want them. And then you want one additional one. I tend to go guard or scout. In this case, I will go guard. Not going to focus too much on it now because our offensive is more important. Here, low profile, and where is quick feet? And bloodthirsty. And then I'll put the rest in here. We'll keep these 2 points remaining because I can't spend them right now. So, born to Harald and Astrid in the year 769, the Julian calendar, with bright with bright blue eyes and hair as fair as snow. You've grown to be a graceful, keen, and wise woman, but weak of arm. You are known amongst your clansmen as an unpredictable rogue who always knows where and when to strike and never shies away from a good ruse. I will be moving my camera again.
Your father was a great warrior and a good husband, but he was not a strong chieftain to his clan. As he travels to join his brothers in the halls of Valhalla, you must take his place. Our clan is beset by petty squabbles. Some amongst our people would contest your claim to leadership, as they saw discord our neighbors plot against us. Gather your most trusted clansmen. Together you will face dangers which none can predict. You will be challenged on your leadership, your resolve, your wisdom. Build a ship and take your housecarls across the sea. Power and strength for our clan must be sought outside the Norselands. If you show yourself to be bold, the gods will follow you into battle. Your legacy will live for 1,000 years beyond your time. Our clan must prevail.
Yes, we will do it. We will go hurdy-gurdy. That bothers me, I'll tell you that. I'm just taking some screenshots there just because it's going to be decent for a thumbnail, potentially. Aid me, Odin, in my effort to bind the struggles of a bygone time as a glimmering light on glass. It is the evening of your father's funeral. When you close your eyes, the image of his blazing ship slimmers in the dark behind your eyelids. That is a common ritual this far south, but your mother Astrid, who hails from the land of the Geats, insisted on it. Oh, it's not a common ritual. Geats. Yes, for Geats is more Sweden, isn't it? All the thanes of the neighboring clans have come to attend your feast in his honor. Your father may not have been the most successful thane, but as a warrior, he commanded the respect of many. The guests are filing into your father's, my longhouse. The thane enters first, each trailing a modest group of warriors. You should greet each of the thanes before the feast begins, but listen well to their words. Few of them benefit from making this smooth transition. It would be important to know where they stand.
This is the most pathetic meathole in Jutland.
You're going to insult our host. At least have the sense to whisper.
I heard that Harold had neglected his clan for years, but this is just fucking pathetic.
Maybe his daughter will do a better job.
I doubt she'll live long enough to get the chance.
Yeah, they're wearing the colors of this guy, aren't they? Yeah. Gerda and Skaki. School Skullcleaver is Thane of Jelling. Here we are. In the northern part of Denmark, if you will, which borders your area. Jelling is a large territory, and Skul is one of the most powerful thanes in Jutland. Jelling has prospered under his rule. Skul pushes himself away from the table with his foot, a chair, making a grinding sound across the wooden floor. His face shows an earnest sympathy.
Brooks, my girl, so sorry about your father. If there's anything the people of Jelling can do to aid you in these trying times, don't hesitate to ask.
Thank you, but we're fine.
Yes, of course. I'm sure the clan is in good hands. Still, it can't be easy. Your father was a great warrior, but as a Thane, one should not speak ill of the dead. Tell me, what are your plans for this place? How will you lead your clan?
Our mother literally just warned us earlier that we shouldn't be too readily willing to acknowledge a lot of these petty squabbles from the other Thanes, as they are likely to benefit from our overall struggle. So with all due respect, school, stick a sock up your ass.
As you wish there, girl. I wouldn't poke my nose in your affairs. I'm sure you know I fought with your father many years ago. We were very much of a similar inclination, he and I. That man had a real taste for battle, not like his brothers. Mark my words, Trurox. True bonds are forged in battle, not bound in blood. He came to me for advice before he mounted his last journey, on account of my ties to Copenhagen. I should have warned him better about what he was getting himself into. Taking too much of your time already. I know you have other guests to entertain. Perhaps we'll talk later, after a bit more mead.
School nods more to himself than you. He turns his attention to the food on the table. Seems to be our brother. Halfdanar is the Thane of a slightly larger clan that borders your land to the east. He wears a solemn expression and he nods heavily when you approach him. Harald is in Valhall now, Trurox. There is no doubt about it. He died doing what he loved. But while he feasts among the heroes, you are left here to sort out the pieces. You've got your work cut out for you. Why do you speak like that? You're giving me a headache, brother. You speak ill of my father? I should have you executed. Nay, your father excelled at what he loved, fighting. He cared not one bit for this village, and I'm sure he wouldn't take offense for me to be pointing that out. His disregard made many enemies amongst his clansmen. Surely you're not expecting your claim to leadership to go uncontested. They try, I'll skin them with my knife. Good, worse problems than this have been solved at the tip of a spear or the edge of a blade. May the gods favor you if it comes to that. Halfdanar empties his mug of mead in a single gulp and slams the mug onto the table as he calls to a thrall for refill. Come here, I am out of mead, I need more alcohol. Jävla sketset du, helvetes jävla. Your elder brother Rurik always had a penchant for music who looks and gives you a warm smile as you approach him. God kväll, sis. Rurik grins. I mean, my honored Thane, how do you feel? Okay. What about you? I'm certain father is feasting with Odin now. The old man will surely be more at home in Valhall than he ever was here. How are you doing? There have been some snide remarks, but mother has always been more of a Thane than her father ever was, so in a way, this changes nothing. To tell you the truth, I think most of our clansmen are almost relieved as I am that you took the mantle. I have rounds to make. Just use the old signal if you need help. bit of a conversation, one of the other things. Bit late, already talked to most of them. Oh dear. Yeah. Yeah, I concur with them. That can get bloody.
Busy entertaining your guests?
How the hell am I going to mimic that? Busy entertaining your guests? Kjetil is standing off to the side holding a horn full of mead. The young hunter appears to be watching the feast with a faintly amused expression. He nods respectfully when you come near. Busy entertaining your guests? Too busy to check up on you. I've had an uneasy feeling all night. Have you seen Skjul's housecarls over there in the corner? Or Gerda and Skaggy? I've heard stories about them. Nefja seems to be expecting trouble too, so I decided to go easy on the mead and keep an eye out. Thank you, friend. Speaking of which, keep an eye on the big twat back there. He and his friends have been putting out their heads together tonight. I think he might be planning something. You bet your ass I'll keep an eye on him. Leave the watch to me. This is your feast. You should relax and enjoy yourself. I'll alert you if something happens. Asleifer is a distant cousin. The clan has moved between your side of the family and his for generations. He's known as a skilled warrior and a hard worker. Asleifer sits with his two closest friends. We can't look at their names
Our
just yet.
condolences on the passing of your father. At least he died the way he would have wanted. You will be feasting with the gods tonight.
He looks up when you approach the end of the table. Neither of his friends acknowledges your presence. His tone is respectful, but slightly cold. Our condolences on the passing of your father. At least he died the way he would have wanted. He will be feasting with the gods tonight. Thank you. Hope there's no bad blood between us. It is no secret that I didn't agree with how Harold ruled our clan. Bearing this in mind, I don't see what gives you the right to succeed him. But this feast is in his honor, and I will not insult his memory here. Nor will I challenge your claim to leadership. Thank you for keeping these things separated. He simply nodded. His friends are Grimkel and Olbjorn. Ragnhild the White is the most influential of your guests. As the vessel of King Sigurdur Hirring, she is the current ruler of Denmark. She has come from the trade hub of Ribe to the south, where she presides as Jarl, which is effectively a higher rank than Thane. She nods politely as you approach her seat. It was a beautiful ceremony, Thruarux. I extend my condolences for your loss on behalf of Ribe and of the king. I must tell you, I advised him not to seek the isle across the sea. We've all heard the stories of the unprotected coast and their treasures, but there's more dangers than the rumors let on. Not surprised they claimed his life, but I'm at least glad he died with a sword in his hand. Did you know Harold well? I knew him as a warrior. We fought together on Brelavir, and he struck me as a shrewd tactician. When your king needs you, I hope that you will serve him as well as your father did. Father told me everything he knew before he passed. That is another mark in a man's favor. Never saw a reason why women shouldn't be taught to fight just like any man. A village where the womenfolk know how to hold a sword is a village with twice as many warriors, after all. Thank you for accepting the invitation. We are all honored you could make it. Of course, your father's sword will who would be missed in our increasing struggles against the Franks. If you excuse me, I must do the rounds. Of course, the Franks at this point are underneath the rule of Charlemagne and his direct descendants, so that could be a bit iffy. The old shield maiden smiles. She gracefully slides back into her seat, whereupon she spares a large piece of chicken with her knife and dumps it on her plate.
There you are. The feast seems to be off to a good start.
I'm going to try to read that. Or mimic her voice. Nefia is one of your oldest friends. Your families have always been close, and you grew up together in the village. She just finished pouring your mother a mug of mead. There you are. The feast seems to be off to a good start. Are you helping the thralls? Actually, we're friends. We'll be casual with her. Nice to see you out of your armor for once. You've seen my sister in this dress before. Surely that's the same thing. She closes her eyes and rubs the bridge of her nose with one finger. Gods, she was so excited to see me like this. I'll never hear the end of it. Where is your sister? My poor sister has a fever again. Such a frail constitution. All this wet cold is hard on her. Mother stayed home to care for her. What do you think about all the assholes we currently have in our hall, huh? Your fellow Thanes are certainly proud and grateful bunch, even as they plot and murder you to take our lands. Yeah. Not sure all of them are actively planning to kill us. I have this weird feeling about school, though. I don't think they call him Skull Cleaver for nothing. Hofdonner plays a lovable old grump, but I know he's had his eyes on our harbor for years. Ragnarl I'm not sure about. She probably has nothing to gain from destroying us, but she's little more than Sigurd Herging's appendage, so who knows where she stands. Or where he stands, referring to the king. Center of fate. Following the initial meet and greet, everyone toasts to your father and digs into the meal. Food covers every inch of the table, and freshly brewed mead seems to flow endlessly. You're listening to Nefia's usual complaints about her mother when Kettle perks up and slips discreetly out of the longhouse. Outside, some pieces of pottery crash against the ground and men begin to shout. In short order, the door flies open and the doorway is filled with Ottar Erlingsson, sword in hand. Outside you see his brother standing over the prone form of Kettle. Ottar looks around the room with disgust. What a splendid feast for such a shit town! Ottar's gaze stops on you and he raises his sword, pointing it at you accusingly. Trurex, your father had his chance to earn our respect and he wasted it. Come outside and defend your honor, or we'll burn this hall to the ground. Ha! See? Ha! Nefia jumps to her feet, already holding her knife. Her voice seems seething with disgust. Ottar, you miserable drunkard. How dare you attack our Thane's honor during your own feast? Your family will pay. Ottar has turned his back on you and is already walking back outside. All the other guests turn their gaze to you in anticipation. Your mother leads the whisper in your ear. You have to handle this. If the other Thane knows you're too weak to deal with such a blow against our family's honor. This will not stand. Nefia, be my second. Nefia's face. By the gods, he's going to make us kill him this time, isn't he?
I hope Kettle is all right.
Kettle will be fine.
I'm going to use the knife personally. We'll put the meat there as well. Why not? I'll explain that system more when we have a bit more options. But for now, let us go. Most of the guests follow you outside and form a half circle behind you. You're dimly aware of the other Thanes muttering amongst themselves. Nefia runs over to Kettle to help him back on his feet. A streak of blood runs from his hair down to his cheek, but it looks like he can still fight. 4 against 1? Is this what the sons of Erlinger Thorgilson consider a fair fight? Ottar's brothers tossed sears. He sounds drunk. Shut your mouth, woman! They started it! If we pick this option, one of them will run away. If you crave a fight so much, there are proper ways to handle this. Onar shifts his weight restlessly as he regards the Thanes assembled behind you. Too late for second thought. When Asleifr is our Thane, he can judge the honor of what happens here tonight. Asleifr steps forward and draws his weapon. You've gone too far. Need to remember his fucking voice. You've gone too far, Ottar. There is no honor in this. I must take Trubaruk's side here.
Fine. But for you all, and I'll be Thane.
So here's the combat system. It works quite simply on actions. You have the green, which is where you can move and do an action. If you go into the yellow, you cannot do an action. This is referring to the fact that he is the red square that appears there. It means he will get a free attack on me if I go into that square. But I can't go there because I'm not walking past him because of the trait we picked up earlier. So he will get that immediately. Not going to talk too much about it as we will get the flay and view of this pretty early on. I can shoot this and trigger something. This is the tar. I don't really need tar in this case anyway, so it's a moot point. I will be playing with ult, however, so we'll be seeing health bars continually. Tossed Erlingson. Oh, we should probably ensure we don't accidentally kill them. That would probably be a good idea. Arne Erlingson. Istvirf? What a name. Just attack him normally. What do you have? You have -5 cents at the moment. I think we're just going to do something very basic and use a ranging shot. And I should be able to do decent with this. You suck. Thank you. Explain the knock people out mechanics. Oh, I suppose I can do it now. I toggle non-lethal strikes. Characters will no longer land critical strikes because they're now not trying to kill you, they're trying to knock you on your ends. Here. And turn. I'll rush behind here. Interrupt. Blanking penalty as we stab him. Card here now blocks our view from shooting him. Hitting's done its function. That's gonna move across here. Spears are nice weapons because you can do that. You can attack over 2. With spears with extend, you can do 3 hexes away. But largely a moot point most of the time. Ottar Erling groans as he tries to sit up in the frozen earth. Kettle walks over soundly defeated farmer and kicks his weapon away. Ottar's surviving brothers are slowly getting back to their feet as well. None of them have any fight left in them. Nefia regards the survivors with a mixture of disdain and sadness. What do we do with them? This night is to honor my father. I will not stain this night with blood. The brothers pick up their weapons and leave dejectedly. Their pride has suffered a tremendous blow tonight. This is not likely to be the last you've heard of it. The guests look on with solemn expressions that don't reveal what they think of your action of mercy. Anyone who has a dispute with me can observe our custom and challenge me to a duel. I will not be ambushed at my own feast. As Slifer steps forward, he looks not the least bit tired from the fight. I supported you here because Ottar and his brothers were out of line. It is not the way of our clan to kill each other in drunken brawls. Trurok's daughter of Harold, I challenge you to a duel for the position of Thane. Can you believe this bitch? It is your right to issue a challenge. His timing could be better. Asleifar, son of Grimvarder, I accept your challenge. We shall meet on Holmgang Isle at noon on the morrow. May the gods favor you. We're going to play Loot Rummaging Extreme Edition. Can't believe it came to this. 10 skill points. Huzzah. Man that bitter, what sounds that stupid, was just a matter of time. We'll deal with Erlinger after the duel tomorrow. We were unquestionably in the right tonight, but we dealt a great blow to Erlinger. Time will tell. Let me fight him. I have to take this fight. It is my duty, and you know it. You have the right to ask another to fight on your behalf. The others see that another warrior is willing to risk her life for you. That is just as worthy of respect as if you be asked life for yourself. That is what being a Thane is all about. We'll see what happens. It's good to know you have my back. Oops. My sword is yours if you change your mind. These are the banners of the additional people that are challenging here. There's the banner of Halfdan, School, and Reeb. Dark Eye sees you up under elaborately braided hair. There's something mysterious and dangerous about this woman. You made sure work of those mules. A woman after my own heart. What's that? Nobody fucks with me when he lives. You seem to be similarly inclined. None of my subjects is important. If they can only respect strength, then a firm hand will guide them. Bit of the snake on School's banner. Ooh, you enjoyed it, did you? Good for you. Might want to keep that sort of thing to yourself in the future, though. Subtlety will take you far, even around here. I'm glad I got the chance to meet you now. I'm not sure. I'm sure this won't be the last time we see each other. She holds up her cup in salute and slithers away into the crowd without asking your leave. Your mother wraps you in a warm embrace. There's a hint of tear in your eyes. Well fought, my child. Your father will be proud. Do another fight tomorrow. I know, he's a skilled warrior, so you should make some preparations. I will not cheat. Don't be ridiculous. This duel will be to the death. Most of our warriors remain loyal to us if nothing else. It's because they prefer you as a thing over Aslifer. Go to Holda in the bog and ask for some help. It's rude to beat him. Sigrid may have an idea. She's good at setting traps for the creatures of the forest. She may not trap large enough for a man. Other than that, Kvelder might be willing to get you some better equipment. You should not go into deal with those up weapons Harold gave you for training. Now, I've not done the poison and the what because I have honor, and therefore I play with my characters have honor. Smith Kvelder has been retreated to the family confines of this workshop, where he's engaged in an erratic discussion with his wife Dagnhildur. They break it up when they see you coming. Dagnhildur warns off to find someone else with whom to gossip. So Erlinger Maid finally lost control of his idiot sons, did he? Glad to see you made it out of that mess in one piece. It's been a long time coming. Erlinger's feud with your father had been boiling since they were both young. He spent a long time passing that animosity onto his children, the bitter old fool. I'm glad you didn't kill them all. When a clan starts shedding its own blood, it rarely stops until the entire family lies dead. Aslifer challenged me to a duel. Can you provide anything? I heard, sorry my girl, I'm not getting involved. I've known you both since you were a small child. Aslifer used to help me out in the smithy. I won't have either of your blood on my conscience. I don't plan to kill him, just to have a beat him and defend my seat. Such things rarely go according to plan. You should tell me. In the heat of the moment, a sword in your hand, I won't be responsible. My decision is final. Denying my request will not keep Aslifer safe. It will only put me in danger. Denying my request will not keep Aslifer safe. It will only put me... What? You calmly lay out your view of the situation, explaining how refusing to help you is an implicit help to Aslifer, and how the imbalance in your equipment is more likely to get you killed than to protect Aslifer. Crosses his arms and squints at you for a long time. Then he releases a sigh. He does have a poor head for tactics, but I will not give you steel to swing against him. However, I will help you stay safe. Here, let me get you a good sturdy set of quilted armor. It will serve you better than that shirt you're wearing. Blacksmith disappears into the back of his shop, then re-emerges with a thick quilted shirt in his hands and presents it to you with a solemn nod. This is the best I can do. If the fight goes well, you can keep it. Thank you. With that, Quilter seems to be done with the smithy for today, and he's going to stand there for the rest of the time. And that updates our equipment. So, the way the equipment system works, you get your item slots down here, in which case now I have mead, which increases strength for 3 turns, but it reduces finesse and sense for the rest of the fight. Which, I'm not going to be using it, I just have it there for now because I can. You have your secondary weapon slots, and you can swap between them with this. It doesn't always work, but it works in fights, and that's what matters. Your offhand slot, your main hand slot, and then it's the same here. Bow is a 2-handed, these are 1-handed, so I can dual wield them. The only weapons that can be used in your offhand is an axe and a knife. I'm going to be using knives primarily, because finesse. This is a talisman slot, and this is a head slot. And then you also have morale, which for me, it's always going to be, for our character, it's always going to be a max. Here we have our special stats. And then you have your damage resistance, your range resistance. This is an amazing one for melee damage resistance, but terrible for range. But it's early. A suit of surprisingly sturdy armor made with Cure High, designed to protect against blades and spears, but won't help much against an arrowhead. This unremarkable knife has been yours for as long as you care to remember. It is good for wood carving, cutting rope, and slaughter animals or people. Sigrid and Leovir gave you this bow as a reward when you killed your first deer. It's seen a lot of use over the years, but it's still a reliable weapon. Now, we're going to be looting absolutely everything here while it's night. Then we're just going to call it a day. And head in to prepare for tomorrow's duel. Take too long before this is done here in Skeirin. It will be discussing various things. Actually, we can talk about the notion of the Trurux character that we're playing. As I mentioned at the start of the stream, that the character originates from originally Star Wars: The Republic, one of my characters I played there. And she quickly became one of my favorites. And she is, to me, the embodiment of the phrase, fight smarter, not harder. Because she's not the strongest character within her, in her force-based potential, nor her physical prowess. She's overall quite weak. So she has to make up for that by using what she knows to the nth degree. And I just fell in love with that concept, to the point where I stopped viewing her as a combatant and started viewing her a lot more as a tactician, strategist, rather than a damn right fighter. And I think this is something that will translate. Did I not pick up the flower over here? Apparently not. They're not. Develops her into a very intriguing character in my view, just due to the nature of the concept of being a strong ranged fighter rather than a brawny fighter. Doesn't really work when you're talking about a character that I play as a Sith. Which I just, again, feels it grows the character a bit more, because she just gets that additional layer of intrigue with her. We'll discuss more a bit later. But basically, the way I view her origin story is that she was pretty much lied to most of her childhood, or she feels she was. The feast, shall we? Starts us, yeah, at noon the next day. Come to the protractically named Holmgang Island on the following day, rowing on the clan's small boats in the company of nephew Kettle. Ketil. Det fan. Jävla shitsäckan hörde. Sigrid and Ljorthar greet you in the area and have been come in advance to set the stakes that define the arena. If he does not come, we should fight each other. It'd be a shame to let such a fine arena go to waste. Are you sure you want to fight me? Remember what happened last time? Right, what I meant is you and Trurux should fight, and I shall sit over beneath the tree and watch while I finish the rest of the mead from last night. Doesn't show, I'll tell him to fuck off. That would really be a good resolution to the whole mess, but he'll be here. Stubborn as a mule, as well as its sense. The challenger arrives a short bit later, accompanied by 2 young men not from his side of the family. Probably the same guys from last time. The same companion he sat with at your feast, yeah. Aslater looks healthy and awake. He gives you a curt but respectful nod as he steps directly into the ring without hesitation. His voice is strong and steady. We're all here? Good. Are you ready? Forgot to spend my points. You should be fine. Your offer humbles me, nephew. But this is my fight. I understand. Good luck. It's the challenger in... Aslifer gets to set the duels, or the terms. The challenger asks daughter of Harold for the right to rule our clan. The winner shall sit as Thane and reside in his longhouse. He shall receive no other reward beyond this. Should she survive, she who is defeated may swear fealty to the winner, or her life is forfeit. If either of us falls the duel, their body shall be buried here. All weapons are permitted. The duel will end when the warrior is dead or incapable of continuing the fight. As challenged, the first strike is yours to make. Unfortunately, we cannot use that this turn, so we'll just do a regular strike and we'll hit. He uses Brace to fix his shield, but will not be doing this dramatic enactment of each and every fight after this, because it's a point. Still is able to do a swing. Bastard. Slifer is incapacitated. Why I ain't sure to have the first player can dual wielding. Some other ones can struggle with this first fight if you play like an archer or something, because you just cannot get past the shield half the time. You've been keeping your skill sharp even without your father around to train you? Trained us both. What do you have against the man? He was a great warrior, and like everyone, we respect him for that. But if the king should raise the lead on our army tomorrow, how many able-bodied warriors could a clan muster? A dozen? Half the women in the clan were widows, and Harold's foolhardy expeditions are the cause of it. He bangs his weapon against his shield and gives you a somber nod. The second round is about to begin. Let's quickly count his movement. Movement 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So if we go back here, he shouldn't be able to attack us this turn. Yeah. I'm a bit miffed about this because we're not in the best position for... Because he can take us down in 3 good strikes while we need 4 on him. But if he uses Brace right now, we're golden. So yeah, don't do that. Let's do this. Actually made the hair a bit pale. Aslifer's second shield crumbles off the grip. Dismayed, he head back to the boat to fetch his last shield. Which is accurate, because most Holmgang fights would be happening in the span of 3 shields type of thing. Either you fight until your shields are broken, and then you both move on to your next shield, and then rinse repeat. Until, technically, since this is a woman being challenged, there should be like a inner circle in the arena where where the man is not allowed to leave while the woman can go around. There's certain rules, but that's more than likely untrained, but we can discuss shield maidens later. I don't believe they were actually a thing. I believe they existed, but I believe it was a lot more literal of a term than woman fighting. We call them shield maiden. No, I don't think that.
You're nearly as good as Harold. You should win this. I hope you be the better Tane.
Yeah, if you would, you can be my husband. Serve as a good right hand and continue to benefit the clan. My honor bides me to. And if should I win, you may serve as mine. So tell me, how do you plan to govern us? You have become weak and we have many enemies. Defenses must be strengthened. Then you are wiser than your father. If you win, I shall gladly serve you. But enough talk. Let us finish this. We will do the exact same thing as we did last time. Could make an argument that I should have gotten anticipate. For his shield? Sort of glad I didn't go anticipate now.
This life form is incapacitated.
Victory! Challenger struggles to get back on his feet, but he leaves his weapon in the mud. In the end, he settles for just sitting on his knees before you, his head hung in a signal of defeat. You fight better than I expected. You have become a capable warrior. If you accept my surrender, I'll pledge myself to your service. We legitimately just said we would let him come with us, and it is my preferred option due to specifically on this difficulty, because there's a fight coming up, and it sucks balls. It is not a fun fight, and having a Slifer there is going to make it a bit easier. Possible without him, but not fun. From unusual mixture of sadness and relief flushes into his eyes. He holds your gaze for a long moment, then seems to get back on his feet, get back some of the energy the duel took out of him. And he stands. Show me great honor, Thane. I hope my challenge won't linger in the air between us. I want you to know you can depend on me from now, fully. Kettle gestures his hand to Eslifer, who shakes it hesitantly. Glad to have you with us, you big lug. You put up a good fight. I'll be glad to have you on our side. Nephew reluctantly shakes Eslifer's hand as well. You were a fool to challenge Drurox, but I hope you have learned your lesson now. I too am glad to have you with us. Thank you for pledging Eslifer. He was a fool to challenge you, but he didn't deserve death or exile for his foolishness. It was gracious of you to offer to place himself to you, and sensible of you to spare him. He's a strong warrior and will serve you well. Now let's open up our thing and take some here. Now we need to spend 100 points before we can advance to level 3 in our skills. I will probably be picking up Charge and Anticipate opening, just due to it's better to have that in certain situations, and makes a +5 damage for every hex you move before attacking the next target. Both of those are just potentially powerful. I'll go with Anticipate opening now, and we'll see if we have points to spare later. I do think getting Gulger would be a very good potential option, but not quite yet. We'll go in here and we'll pick... Which one gives us the thick skin? Keen Eye. Keen Eye will be good. Let's get Keen Eye immediately. Can upgrade their skills as well. Kettle here comes with archery skills, unsurprisingly. With him, I will immediately go in and get Powerful Kick. But we also want Walk Your Shot coming up soon. Oslifer only has 5 SP to spend. He has 2 in shield and 2 in sword. Stun, Rebuke, and Interrupt. Everyone has Interrupt, so that's a moot point. But he comes with guard and a little bit of repair. Because he was working in the smithy with Kildolfa. Mephia sort of comes in as a right hand. I tend to give her a good shield in conjunction with a dagger, as well as have her with a knife and use accordingly. We will probably not have Nephia with us throughout the entire story, because what she can do, I can do better, is what it's going to come down to, just due to dual wielding. But Nephia does become a very good potential charger here in the early game, and we're scripted to have her with us for the entirety of our time here in Denmark. Galder, yes, good. We can get Galder with her. That gives us Tyr's Favor. It is broken. I love it. And she comes in as our scout of choice. And we will also give her Quick Feet. With that in mind, let us nip back here. The short road boat right back is as uneventful as the trip out. Holmgang Isle is clearly visible from the shore outside Skjern. You return victorious. Secures her shield on her back. She doesn't have a shield at the moment. I'm glad that Stealthwed was next. We'll have to do something about Erling Thorlingson as long as he lives. His family will pose a threat in due time. Not entirely true that the world is our oyster at this point, as we do not have the witch here, but we can go pillage. Terribly sorry, but I'm going to turn up the music a bit. Makes it online, so I can't ask her if the music's too loud. These are all various crafting materials. You can't actually see that because I'm blocking it, but we're getting various crafting materials from these boxes and such that we are and aren't going to use. As crafting, unfortunately, tends to fall through the cracks a bit. Okay, it seems we just have to head to the Erlinger Farmstead. Now there are several ways to deal with this farmstead. We're gonna do the more direct path. Because with the current path, we have an intriguing notion ahead of us. Stop your horses outside Erlinger Thorlington Farmstead. Smoke rises lazily from the roof of the largest building. Thralls are gone about their business in the field. So far, it looks like nobody's noticed our arrival. Oh there, Trurox. Here to back you up on a conscious spirit Erlinger's boys back there. Mercy is dangerous. We want to make sure they don't try anything again. Good. Yeah, no, we'll be more diplomatic. Better accept it or everyone will burn. Surprise attack would give us a strong advantage. We might circle around back, set fire to the house. Sound plan, but I would hate to bring such death to Erling. He may be a bitter old bastard, but he deserves a chance to die with honor. We'll let him know he's here. We'll give him a chance. Good. An honest fight will send a stronger signal. We're more than a match for that stubborn will go anyway, even with all his thralls. Now, there are some weapons around the area that somehow are better. First, we're going to talk to this guy. A solitary thrall is chopping firewood on the outskirts of the farm. Hearing you approach, he puts down his axe and wipes his brow. I don't think we've met, travelers. My master's in the house. Oh, shit, you're the Thane. Thank you, Captain Obvious. You heard about the old man's son, haven't you? I knew this was coming, as soon as I heard what they did. How many are there? Well, there's the old man and his wife, their daughter, and Ottar's wife, Anna. If the woman take up arm, I expect the thralls will just wait to see how things pan out, but if you end up fighting Erlanger by himself, they'll probably join in. Of course, you'll have no trouble from me. I'm staying as far away from this mess as possible. In fact, I may propose a trade. You do tell. I used to be an outlaw, so I should execute you, huh? My band and I ambushed farmers and merchants in the forest to the south of here. Before I was caught and enthralled, I hid most of my valuable possessions. Among the stash was the claw of a bear, which belonged to my wife. The trinket is the only thing I care about. You find it for me, you can keep the rest. Where is it? It's down a well next to an old ruined house in the forest, tied to a rope weighed down with rocks. It's most likely silver jewelry and my old sword. You can keep all that. Just bring me the claw, I beg you. Well, if you're honest with me, I'll be honest with you. And these things are basically skill point things. There's a lot of them in the game, and we will be actively hunting for them, because they are very, very instrumental in the early stage. I will circle around and do the rest of the exploration afterward, because we might miss a chat bubble of approaching the farm. Now, what's the point in turning up the music if you're not going to play the music? Come on. Make it make sense. Ah, there it is. Erlinger, the Thane is here. I don't like my positioning right now. Holy shit. An old man stands in front of his farmhouse. You know him, but not well. His family's always stuck to the outskirts, never happy to call your father the Thane. In his youth, he built this house by himself. He is now grey of hair, and his skin is lined with wrinkles. Yet he stands proud as the patriarch of his homestead. My sons were fools to attack you, and cowards to do so during the feast. Thank you for sparing them. Your sons violated the peace of my father's funeral. They may have been drunk, but you turned them against him and riled him up. No, it was an act of youthful foolishness, that's all. You have nothing more to fear from our family, I swear it. Oh, shit. Whether a race bleed against us or not, everyone is a traitor and all deserves. Cannot suffer your presence after this. You are hereby exiled from the clan. Leave by dawn tomorrow, or you will be executed. You cast me out of my own house? I built this farm myself, with my own 2 hands. Don't reject this judgment, you fool. Don't you see this is a mercy in light of what you've done? And who's to take ownership of my farm? You, nephew? I'd rather die than see this farm wither in someone else's hand. The women of your homestead may stay and tend the farm, only the men must leave. I assure you the alternative is worse for everyone. Sacrifice? I give up everything I built so my wife and daughter may live? I accept. I have a family in the east. Perhaps, well, no matter. Please, take good care of my family. They had no part in this. They will be loyal to you, and the farm will prosper under their control. Just keep them safe. He staggers back to his house to his wife's arm. She's crying, whether with sorrow or relief, you can't tell. The thralls who gathered around you go back to their work. Overall merciful, but it's also a keen of sense. This can be a somewhat tricky fight. Not necessarily because of the people here, but because the thralls that join in are just annoying. Can be somewhat difficult to keep under control. Now, these two come in as followers, which means they're wearing armor, they're using decent weapons, but they're not part of the actual. Is the fair shield better? The fair shield is better. Give a pine shield to nephew. Do that. We should soon be getting a good sword for Aslifer by the name of Blood Eyes from a DLC pre-order thing. Doesn't break anything too much because you get potentially useful alternatives. That should be everything in this area, no? Yeah, that looks about right. Oh, but you look at that boxes. But you have these 4 thralls here that join in. That guy might join too, I'm not quite sure. They're not dangerous by any semblance of imagination as their title and rank befits, but... Oh, we gain rations from that. Nice. Three days later. You wake up in the early morning to the sound of running feet and panicked shouting. Someone pounds on your door so rapidly and so furiously you can hear the hinges creak. The muffled voice belongs to Queldolfer, Smith.
Trurox, Rorik, Astrid, are you in there? We're under attack. It's raiders from the sea.
Your brother and mother are scrambling out of their beds, rubbing the sleep from their eyes and shaking with confusion. Don your weapons and armor. You grab the most essential equipment and throw on your clothes. Outside, a fire roars to life and the sounds of steel crashing against steel reaches you from the direction of the coast. Keep mother safe. Take care of yourself out there. Go find Kettle and Nefia. We'll bar the door until it's safe.
Like a little bitch.
Kettle almost runs straight into you as you step outside. He has a wide look in his eyes. You're awake! You bet your ass I'm awake. Where the fuck are these assholes? Neffi is holding the bridge. Aslifer went to reinforce the north. Were the beakers not lit? No. Shit! Let's take care of these fucking sons of bitches right now then. I cannot modify what they're doing, so it's good that we did mod Nenhefia earlier. I will be tossing down our save here. Let's get back a little bit. Leave, you filthy mongrel-ridden pox dogs. And we get the blacksmith assisting us here at the bridge, so that's good. And we're going up against, whoa, 3 6, 7, 8. 8 people? Very vulnerable to ranged fire. They are unable to get to us this turn. We'll toss on Tyr's Favor. And we'll toss up Demoralize. Cheto can go on here. You do this, and you do the same. Bonk. Now, Tyr's Favor just provides damage reduction, so if we look here, we're 50% basically reduction of the damage coming in. And we're doing 65 reduction in melee damage with Quel'Dothr's armor. I will have you move here. And again, you'll use Demoralize, because there's 1, 2, 3 people with bows that we have to contend with. Actually, we will crit, so this will kill. You do that. If he's demoralized, he's demoralized, he's demoralized. Good. You go here, and then you go here. Shit. Okay, I can try to shoot him as well. 5%, no point. And he's running away. That is good. That was anticipate opening, not what I wanted. Nephew can go here. Shank here. Yeah. Fuck for that. Charge. You go back up forward, demoralize. Whoop. Ow. Grapple. Here. Death blow. Arrow. Let's use restore there. Ow. Ow. You shouldn't have the ability to catch yet. you not engage? Ranging shot into. Can you get decent for that? No, so just do a basic shot. Oh. They have done very poorly this fight. This can be a very tricky fight in certain circumstances. Why do you suck? Good. The rest of the Norwegians hit the mud. You allow yourself to pause for a moment to take the stock of the outcome. Nephew blights blood from her blade. I'm glad you got her so soon. These raiders know how to fight. Do they, though? Do they? You turn back toward the village and see Ljorther running toward you. Out of the smoke that now engulfs the entire village. You're still alive! The others are still holding off the raiders at the north gate. If you hurry, you'll be able to rout the raiders there. Now, Nefja is following us. Apparently one of the Norwegian raiders survived. The first one we bopped in the face. Now, let us... Can I do that? I can! I'm tempted to take up this armor and quickly give it to him. I won't. We'll just stick with this for now. Nephew, of course, has her pitchfork that she's able to... Or battle fork, as the appropriate term will be. We'll toss down another save here. And we'll go forth. So they can move 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They can move to Aslefer in this position. Let us take one step back with him. You take that position. Sigrid can stay there. I'll go here. Kettle take that position. Nefja go here. I'm not the happiest with the current positionings we see. These work? Bah. You don't have an axe hook? Fuck. 40% reduced damage. If he's able to block something with a shield, that will come in crutch. Good idea. You can get that going. You fucking suck! Just spinning shot, or ranging shot here. Just pass that out. Oh. I am sort of hesitant to have him go forth on his own. Do you have that? No, you don't. So he can kick, but that's not really useful to us. I hate you. I'm gonna go right here, and I'm gonna use Anticipate. Good. Not good, because we cannot heal him. Did I do the intelligent thing? No, I did not. That would be convenient. True. This should work. Not quite like I wanted it to, but... Why would you run? Answer that. Probably going to be fighting in this area a fair bit, so we might as well top a ranging shot right there. Duck. That should be a dead ass lifer. He somehow isn't dead. Here. Can you grapple him? Yes! I'm not super worried about that, truth be told. That's okay. Oh, he's still alive. $61, we can try that. Please block, thank you. Please block, you fucking donut.
Ends as life, great father, son.
I can't even make it there. strong ability. Well, good news, he's now crippled, so he cannot move next turn. So let's do this. He can strike her. I'll move here. Do this. That's good. That's good. Why do you fuck up that badly? Should do more damage with this. Aslifer's injury dedicated to severe. He's only been on the ground for a fucking turn, game. A severe laceration to the groin. Well, hopefully you don't need to have kids. The last attacker goes down. A sudden calm falls over your immediate surrounding, which almost makes the battle seem like a distant thing. I'm glad you got here in time. These bastards are tough. Well equipped, too. Ours is not the first village they've attacked. Torfin the carpenter arrives between the two houses, his apron and crusted with soot and grime. He sounds short of breath. Ah, my dear girl, I'm so glad to see you're alive. The raiders are headed toward the longhouse. He snuck another group around the village and got in from the east. Have we gotten any more points yet? No. Bloody hell. Kettle was instrumental in our success there with his kicks. You capable of learning Calder? No, that would be useful if you were. I am tempted to get brawling with him, but I don't think we need to. We'll take powerful kick just so we have that as well. Yeah, so what we say to... Get away. Gone out of the peaceful Hospbjorn. Is he wearing mail? Yeah, no, that's fur. Looks like he's wearing mail. We are fucked. Let's head close and then see. As for the last ones, I will throw down a save. This is a very, very hard fight. These are highly skilled combatants. I'm not quite sure where the better notion of where to fight them truly is. Actually, let's see if we can come in from this side. I think that could be potentially better. You're halted in your tracks by an apparition outside your longhouse. Stands a man who almost defies description. He's a giant. His fur-lined shirt barely capable of confining his bulging muscle. He is holding a weapon in each hand. His stand calls to mind a bull in heat. By far his most outstanding feature, however, is his beard. The sort of beard that you might expect finding the adorn a face of a Jotun. It looks like a bear crawled onto his chin and died. The giant's attention is not for you. Two of his raiders appear out of the longhouse carrying a sack of what you assume must be your possessions.
Well,
just an old woman and a weakling. They offered no resistance.
trust you didn't come to harm them.
Not a hair on the head of either of them, Gunnar, just as you said.
You better drop those sacks and draw your weapons, you sons of...
There you are!
There you are. Let's be quick about it. Sakra.
You almost move as fast as our slowest compatriot. So let's look to keep Kettle going. Okay. We'll do this. We're now limiting. Cheater. Limiting. I was gonna say we're limiting the areas they can approach us from, which is true, but it also isn't true. Only. But that guy down there is... he's going to be able to do something next turn, but he's out of the fight for this turn, which we have to play off, I think. Please get knocked down. Thank you. Immediately you go here, you immediately go up here. You can take care of him. Tyr's favor. Good. Actually, go here, because if he stands up, we can kick him again next time. Let's let her drink some mead. Celebrate. That worked.
Gunnar fights with a strength of 3 men, but eventually he falls, and all men, as all men do, while you pause to catch your breath, the giant pulls himself onto his knees. Despite his he boobs despite his injuries.
Well, that was arousing. It's been a very, very long time since I could have met anyone to match me in battle.
He shakes his head, his grins.
I did not expect to find such strong warriors here, in this tiny shithole. I thought you didn't know how to fight. Ha! Good one. I know when I'm beaten. I surrender.
Kettle places a hand on your shoulder. We shouldn't kill him, at least not yet. We might still be able to get something useful out of the big oaf. True it might be, Kettle. Lock him up and keep 5 men on him at all times. Kettle fetches a few more of your clansmen, and they tie Gunnar up with enough knots to pacify a frenzied bull. The huge man makes no effort to resist as they take him away. Your clansmen considered you loved. That could have been a lot flippin' worse. That went pretty well. Pretty well indeed. Rurik cracks the door open, holding a knife behind his back. Seeing your face, he steps away and lets you inside. You're alive! Your mother grasps both your arms as though... grasps both your arms to make sure they're still firmly attached. Are you in one piece? Oh, thank the spirits. Are you both unscathed? We're fine. Those brutes came in here and pilfered the silverware, but they didn't harm us. Yeah, that guy was mean. Shakes his head and he sighs deeply. If I were more like you, I could have stopped them. Don't trouble yourself. Tell me, what happened outside? Is everyone safe? We beat the raiders and we've captured their leader. Astrid pulls you into a warm embrace. I'm proud of you. You truly are your father's daughter. Something is amiss. Why were the beacons not let in warning? The timing is also very convenient for our enemies. Perhaps we should talk to the giant. He's now at our mercy. He led them here. He will be able to tell us why. See what you can find out. I have Rurik here to help you clean up the mess. Well, I suppose I said it was the early hours of the morning, so this sort of checks out. We'll see what Queldorfer will tell us. So you beat Aslifer, did you? That's impressive. I must admit, I thought he'd win. But I'm just glad to see you're both alive and well. Is everything well? Basically, he serves as introduction for training because he only has crafting 2 and armor smithing 1. So if we want to make a helmet here, he's basically able to provide us with dog trash. As far as I'm concerned, early game, don't waste your resources, your hides, your salvage on anything. Only late game. Only late game. Would be different if we add in... I need to remember how to access the cheat menu thing. What makes the raiders thinking they just come and kill us? Oh, fuck are you, buddy? We don't need this simple spear. We'll get better by time. You can take more mead. So, Gunnar. Someone has tied Gunnar to a pole in the middle of the animal pen. He must have been standing in the mud for at least 3 hours, yet he stands straight and looks you in the eye even as you approach him. Had a nice night?
I've had less charming bedmates.
The huge man pauses for a moment to adjust his height against the pole, or weight against the pole.
We didn't have a chance to get properly introduced. I'm called Gunnar, the Peaceful. I'm an Orfeathan from Westfolden and North. I assume you are the Thane of this village.
I am Trurox, the daughter of Harold, and I am indeed the Thane here.
Well, tell me, why am I still alive?
Out of curiosity, well, I know what an Orfeathan is, but we'll ask.
We are the chosen warriors of Odin. We go into battle with no coats of armor. Instead, we wear the pelts of wolves and become mad as the beasts of the hound.
Sounds like a calling, doesn't it? We are honored to be under Odin's protection. Your skeptical followers have lost morale. Boo fucking who? Should I move the camera to the opposite side? That might be better. Because I don't think anything ever happens on that side. Will look a bit weird with chat being isolated on that side whenever someone appears, but we'll cross the bridge when we get there. I can offer you a way out, depending on how you answer my next question. Actually,
Guided by the wrath of the All-Father, I have slain many men. Neither fire nor iron has any effect on me. It is a powerful pact. I will make my words count, Thane. Why? Your defenses are weak. No palisades and the barest excuse of earthworks. You are a tempting target.
we might succeed this, so we'll see. We failed. You explain your theory on why Gunnar and the group came to set their sights on your village, but as you listen to your own words, you realize how weak it all sounds. Gunnar seems to be completely unimpressed by it all, as sorting discursively at several points throughout the end, you're left feeling somewhat baffled, deflated, and your prisoner fixes you with a blank stare.
You speak not a single word of sense. I simply came to hear your village from a traveling merchant in Copenhagen, that's all.
Yeah, that's pretty silly, isn't it?
No Willy Longs.
Yeah, well, a fair counterpoint from him, because it would be pretty easy to assume that if we are in a good location, Skjern's a decent location along the coast. But with the beacons, we were being pretty quick. That's true. What about Skull Cleaver?
Never heard of the man, huh?
I know you're lying, so I'll make you an offer. Reveal who sent you here, and I will swear I will let you go.
You swear it? What is such an oath worth to me?
I met Skull Cleaver on
Orkney, and he swore your village was a worthwhile target, wealthier than the painted ones in farless spheres. He was either lying or mistaken.
Tell me of Orkney.
You heard the stories of the isle to the west across the sea.
Orkney are the northernmost of those islands. Many Northmen come to take lands from the tribes that live there. There are stories of a great kingdom to the south, with the difference of wealth and little way of defenses. We never made it to that far south. Perhaps I will return to those islands and explore further in the future. Where are the painted ones? Picts, but the people in the north across the Isles, they call Picts. You know, weapons are poor and their homes are primitive by our standards, but they fight fiercely and they live in harsh conditions. All in all, they're not a worthwhile target for raids, but their lands are fertile, so far we've been able to keep them in check. Thank you.
Belly somewhat lacking.
I've seen the connection. Yeah, Skjul mentioned there his ties to Copenhagen at the feast, and there's a group of Northmen attacking us out of the blue. Could he stand to gain from this? He must be looking to weaken us ahead of the next alt thing. I believe he really has been to the isle across the sea as Gunnar as well. Could be, but they say across at the far north only found tribes, but the stories of the larger kingdom in the south are true. Perhaps that's where Harold went. Like get carried away with fashionable stories and unprotected coast full of treasure, I won't make the same mistakes as my father. None of that matters. Let's just keep our thoughts on the fact that Skjul's a dick, and we need to cut off his dick and force feed it to his daughter, if he has one. Yep. You have a cursed dog? Why? Did the man talk? What did we find out? Our neighbors are conspiring to weaken us. Is what I thought then. Who was behind this? The Northmen have started settling in the isle across the sea. School met raiders there and convinced them we were in easy pickings. And we were. The raid was our own fault. Our defenses were inadequate. True, very true. We'll deal with that matter later. If School is acting against us, do you know what that means? We'll find no help against School. Nobody would no. It just means he'll try to control our clan from seeing their the next alt thing. That would be Ultimate's plan. Yes, that gives us about a year to weaken us further in the eyes of the king, and nobody will help us against him. He holds great favor with the king, so we can expect no political protection. Further, Yelling is a large area of many fine warriors. We can possibly hope to defeat them in battle. Third, he opened controls to trade with Copenhagen, a route so profitable. The trade from rival, so to rival the trade from Saxony through Ribe. There must be something we can do. Yeah, this is a tricky choice, isn't it? We need to build our own trade route. School as Copenhagen. We'll get the isle across the sea. Dark looks exchange heavy with doubt and worry, but nobody appears to come up with anything competitor alternative. Shit! Your first act as Thane is to fuck off like your father did? Do you have anything to to contribute other than complaining about Harold? Do you have any other rebuttal to offer than no? I know I just want to serve you, but if you're so afraid to leave, I'm sure you can convince your Thane to let you stay. I'll follow if ordered. In fact, I'll be glad to go. However, our duties lie here with a clan. There won't be a clan much longer if we don't do something to counter School. Not doing it for the glory. We're going to save the clan. I may not agree with your decision, but I respect your reasoning. I'm with you. Then we must preparation. We have 2 months until spring. You'll need a new ship, a real hird with you, and your Huskals alone won't be enough. We need cargo to trade, if trade is what we're planning to do. You should ask Thorfinn if he's up for the task of building a longship. If I know Thorfinn at all, he's been dreaming about such a task for a long time. There are a few fighting men in the village. We must leave some to protect the village. Maybe we should consider asking Gunnar to join us. Are you mad? That is mad, but it might not be a bad idea. You saw him fight. We want a man like that on our side. But can we trust him? Who cares? He's a brute. But if he'll swear fealty, he'll be our brute. Consider his present situation. I'm sure he can be won over. We'll give him a chance, but we need more crew than just him. You need at least a crew of 10 for a longship. If you take my advice on this, go to the market in Ribe and make your plans public. Many have heard stories of the bountiful coast, and you should not find no shortage of volunteers. If we beat trade goods, what little wealth is left spent on the feast. Kettle is an intelligent boy, and he has an idea, and Nefja is suspicious. There's a grave, huh? They say the king and queen buried there with all their wealth. I did too, Nefja. I did too. We should sell the loot and fill the ship with cargo. If that story were true, it would have been picked clean 100 generations ago. We talked to Adis. Oh, okay. Good. Rurik can go fuck himself.
I heard you're leaving. I want to join you.
Hi, girl. What do you want? Sure.
Good to see you again. Have you decided what to do with me?
I have an offer for you. Join my herd. I accept. Okay. You showed remarkable prowess in defeating me and my men. I would love to be fighting by your side. We'll find and get you out of this pig pen. Swear by Odin to follow you and wherever you ask, and serve you with my life. Now, we don't have much in terms of useful shenanigans. Gunnar himself comes with a Dane axe and dual-wielding axes. Roskva herself is largely useless in terms of actual combative prowess, but she more than makes up for that with all this bullshit. She comes with healing, she comes with witchcraft. Witchcraft is at the best of times, but she just becomes a supportive character, and when you go into healing and even leadership with getting this, we golden. He will allow us to do a lot of benign bullshit. So now let's see if there's any quests around town, and we will organize the start of the rebuilding on Skjern. I'm not going to read any of this stuff. Already know I'm going to get the medicine, the Gita in Reeb. I'm headed to Reeb soon, I'll bring back the medicine for her. Now I need to inform the person that the time to build a ship. And then we should see what Huldra is saying. Well, the Huldra, the witch. For instance, we're teaching the boys how to use the proper use of an adze, which is to take bark off, I believe. Well, take bark. It's basically a vertical axe used to like trim parts of the wood. Great to be working on it, or keep it just like this until this is done. I have to tuck the thing. I'll be right back. This bag and come and leave. I have you to thank for returning my wife's jewelry. What can I do to repay? I am mounting an expedition and need a longship. My dear woman, I've been waiting for you to come and ask me this since your father's ship went with him into the afterlife. Me master built that ship when I was a young boy. I've always dreamt of completing such a project myself. What a glorious vessels in its day, fast, durable. But I think I could build on that design and surpass my old master. What do you need? Wood, of course. Who would have thought that, no? You'll need to choose the tree that will be used in the forest, or have several grand old trees that will make a fine ship. If you undertake the project, I will meet you in the forest and help you choose a suitable tree. If I start immediately, I should be able to have your ship ready by late spring. What kind of wood we need? Let's see, oak is the most common. It is heavy and durable timber that will make for an intimidating vessel. Elm is slightly more flexible. That could be used to make a slightly broader ship to haul more cargo. Or perhaps spruce would be a good choice, a lighter material that would produce a fast ship. I will pick particular types of lumber for the different parts of the ship to ensure every component is made with the best possible wood, but the principal material will give you great influence on the qualities and finished vessels. Anything else? We'll need sails soon. I'll need Daghider, the blacksmith wife, and her girls, what they can do. I'll need some new tools. My master tool set is worn by age and shamefully outdated. Her husband Quelder should be happy to help me with that. I need to produce a steering oar, some sort of anchor. Oh, this is nothing for you to worry about. I'll make all the arrangement. That sounds good. I want to make an impression on all our neighbors. Of course, unless your brother Rurik to help me with some engravings. I'm no artist, but with his help, it will be a beautiful ship. Meet me in the forest near your uncle's house when you have the time, and we'll pick out some lumber and get started. Sigrid is running toward us, so let's talk. Sigrid walks up to you at a brisk pace and stop abruptly before or at a respectful distance. Rooks, I find something you may have to deal with. Make it quick. She spends most of her days roaming the countryside, secretly tends to know what's happening in your lands better than anyone else. I've come across a group of travelers camping in the forest. I can't tell if they're armed, so I thought I'd better stay clear for now. What colors did they wear? All sorts, nothing that identified them as a fine unit. How many are there? 4 in the camp, but there was too much baggage for just the 4 of them. I think there must be 6 or 7. We'll deal with that as soon as we can. Milton and I will keep an eye on them until you get there. Let's head down here and talk to Holdra and enjoy the reveling of what happens between Daighaider and Holdra. This should be entertaining. And yes, I say that because I know. Garlic up my sheath. Clearing yourself is often with foraging. These were some we picked on the first day. Now, I believe Aslifer is still injured, so we'll just do this, get him fixed up. And now we're going to start preparing to head towards Reeb. Preparing against wounds. She gives us 2 numbing potions. How are you doing? Now, it's time for us to hit Homestead and look at this. We don't have a lot of resources to do anything particularly big here. Get a trading ring. Now what's interesting is we're going to be prioritizing power. You can get 100 prosperity and do very well. Because I believe if you get 100 prosperity, you don't actually need a good alliance across the sea when the time is up, because you are such wealthy and prosperous that just checks out. But power allows you to create the Great Heathen Army. And guess what we're doing? We're creating the Great Heathen Army before it's cool. New fence, new buying fences for pig pen for pigs. I think we'll just straight up start with a trading ring. Now, here's the system. You can selecting slaves to work on this will reduce the time it takes to complete, but that will eat into your thrall amount. So we're not going to do that quite yet. Let's go to Adis's farm. You're going to weigh a bit with these people. There's Thorgale here, in conjunction with one of the other bullies here, I believe. No. Is son of Adis. You find Eldest next to her farmhouse holding a headless hen in one hand and a knife in the other. The ground around her is covered in feathers, so she's plucking a hen.
Ho there! What brings you kids out here? Don't tell me Ranvai's sow chose this moment to give birth.
She sounds very Danish, doesn't she? Cannot do Danish very well. Because just everything becomes this stupid fucking Scandinavian English. It's absolutely terrible. Absolutely terrible. Pregnant sounds, that. Glad to hear it. Just in the middle of plucking a hen for dinner. I have to get that done before nightfall. What's this visit about, if not for the sow? I want to ask you about one of the stories you told when we were children. Oh, it's been so long. Hope I can remember. What do you need to know? You told us about a gravesite in the hill once, where a king was buried with all his treasure. Ah, yeah. And they said the tomb was protected by the dwarves or the elves, or other such underground creatures. Elves are not underground creatures, you muppet. That horrible, vengeful would befall any who dare breach its sanctity. Do you know if it exists? I've seen it myself. Traveled to there when Alvaldr, when we were just married. On our way there to start our family, we spent a night in a small hamlet at the base of the hill, where I heard of the treasure and the creatures that protected it. Why asking this now? Because we need money. Nephew, this is my story to tell. Shut up! I now have additional questions. Tell you what, let me come with you to the grave. It would be easy if I simply show you the way. Do you know how to defend yourself? I have a little training, if that's what you mean. I'm not an afraid old lady. Oliver left the helm and shield for his son, so they fit me just as well. I will bring an axe, and I think that should cover it. The part about your kids. They're old enough to look after the farm in my absence, and they got their aunt and grand uncle to help them if there's trouble. You will. 2. Ada's is one of my favorites. Let's go. She doesn't join us straight away here. I'm not quite sure if I want her or Aslifer for this playthrough, but I will be taking Adis, Aslifer, and Roskva with me into the forest, which is where we're going to go now. As our quest log at this point should be telling us. Ugh. Yeah, the group of travelers which is here in the forest. The frail one, which is in Reeb. The cruising Reeb, Old Deaths, the dilapidated house in the Skirran forest, which is this one. We're about halfway up in Denmark, roughly. I said it, I would do it. Howdy. Thorfinn's following us, so we should do the entirety of the forest while he's with us. Altier, have I gotten the sword yet? Apparently I haven't.
I always loved these woods.
Remember when we turned this into Asgard and we had to fend off a Jotun invasion?
Yeah, that got so elaborate. That fantasy lasted a whole summer.
You were Freya? I was Balder, and Nefja was...
Heimdall, but as a woman. Oh man, I forgot about that.
You really needed some better role models growing up.
It's elaborate. Turn up the music a little bit, but the music isn't as
Try to
accurate as
avoid
playing.
this forest when I'm foraging.
Better mushrooms in the marsh?
The marsh is better for mushrooms, yeah, but mainly Sigrid doesn't like it when I scare up the wildlife.
Had some run-ins with her?
I guess I have a habit of startling her prey.
You startle everyone, Röskva. It's the brooding.
Shut up!
She's adorable. I love Roscoe. Grimmer the tall. A tall, dark-haired man is hammering steadily at a wooden fence, adding a new row of boards atop the old. He appears surprised to see you, but not unpleasantly so. Sherrox, I haven't seen you in some time. What brings you out here? Grim of the Tall is your uncle. Yeah, but he has remained somewhat mysterious figure throughout your childhood. You participate in every one of your father's expeditions, so you know he's a strong and skilled warrior, but he mostly keeps to himself. Sigrid spotted some travelers near here. I must see what their intentions are. Yes, I know of the men you speak. They have been avoiding my part of the forest, and I've kept clear of them in return. You worry they may be bandits? Wouldn't surprise me. Scum like that seems to smell weakness from miles away. Be careful then, if you plan to confront them. What are you working on? Trying to improve the pen. This accursed pack of wolves has taken 4 of my animals since autumn. Thought I'd fixed the fence well enough last time, but 2 nights ago I lost another sheep. Is there anything we can do? If you're up for it, we ought to set a trap, see if we can deal with the pack. Can't do it alone, of course. They would just escape, kill me. With your help, it would be a different matter. Can we use one of your animals as bait? Yes, that's a good idea. We could take one of the pigs they haven't taken yet. We'll tie it to a tree and lie in a circle. If the wolves come, we attack. If they try to flee, we'll have to be quick about it. But if they can just about get half the pack, they're likely to avoid this whole area in the future. That should work. When do the wolves usually come? Uncle drives his fist right into the palm of the loud smack. When I'm away, so I can catch them, but grunting with a loud of pigs would attract them. Shall we try? Let's give it a shot. Blood.
We're never going back. You'll never get us.
I start from here. It is here. You take position here and there. Both of them go here. I'll stay put. Who are these people? Random people with crappy knives? I think we should just try to capture them alive, no? Ah. You should. Because now is when the music is truly operational. I'm saying it's about similar to what my average voice quality is. I did turn it up a little bit, so I'm not against the notion of turning it down either. I just fucking love the music in the game though, so. It's a thrall, huh? Time up and bring him back. Gained 5 thralls. Good fucking shit. Like something
There's
symbols
bones
of.
here. A deer.
Looks like wolves got her. Poor little creature never stood a chance.
It's just an animal. Stay vigilant, lest we end up the same way.
Ooh, a free numbing token or tonic. Put that on him as well. I'll take that. I don't think I'll need it, but I'll take it. Not quite sure what I'm gonna do with Gunnar, but we'll see. I know he's gonna be a part of my crew because I'll give this trap to Nifia. He can get a numbing token as well. Why not? Good find. The spruce looks young despite its size. The wood will be light, allowing your ship to go quick. Cool. He's down here is also one that he talks about. Yeah, that looks about right. Quickly head down here and see what he says about this dead old thing. Look how straight the trunk of that ashtray is. A strong, heavy wood like this will make for an impressive ship while leaving plenty of room for cargo. I don't like having the tagged quest. A pine is the most obvious choice for a longship, but it's strong and flexible and might prove a good compromise between speed and cargo. I believe ash and oak were the averagely more sought after woods for the longships. But don't quote me properly on that. Who the fuck let you fly into my room, you bastard? Anyway, let us go to Grimulf the Tall and toss down a save so we don't have to deal with those thralls again.
Yep, let's do that.
Oh my god, we're spreading out like crazy. Why? No. Not like this. Eight, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay.
I just
See if we can control 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
I can fix this.
Thank you.
Okay, there's one wolf. That hurt. Shouldn't be able to hit him again. Are you kidding me? I counted! That's a load of wank. I hate wolves. I hate them so much. This one should be dead, no real issue. Let's just ensure that with a ranging shot. Here. Hit you. Kill yourself. Not in a good position here at all, man. Can't even kill that. Shit.
I'll help.
Jesus.
I'm sorry, but that's a load of shit. See if we can get to a position where we can actually attack on the first one, try to get rid of a wolf or two. Because that's just a load of shit. That was such a load of wank. I don't feel too bad about it, but that's such a load of wank. Okay, we are able to launch attacks at this coming one. She's sort of out of it. But we can use him now. You have a sword and a dagger. Go here. Nephia will go here and immediately activate Tears Favor. If we can get a stun off on this one, I'm happy. Beautiful. If we send Torfin here, we get ourselves in a good position. Let's keep him here. See if we can cripple the Wolf Mother. Beautiful. She can't move now, which leaves us... I don't care if he goes down. Just need to be clear on that. I don't give a rat's ass if Grimulf the Tall here goes down. I just need him to be some semblance of presence on the battlefield. You can then take another step forward. I meant to use what's-her-face's action. Did they spend all 3 wolves action there? No, they just spent 2 wolves on that.
I can fix this.
Awesome! Thanks!
The wolf is in your face and you have a 60% chance to hit him? What kind of shit is that? He's dead. He's alive. Kill that. Beautiful.
Need a hand?
Thank you!
This case, death blow. One. Okay. Okay. Can you use cripple when moving? Attack action. Okay, yeah. Got it. How old was your king when he became blind? That should be the last I see of that pack around here. They were unusually territorial too. I'm glad you were able to help me. I couldn't have handled them on my own. you tell me a little bit what happened with my father? Wanderlust claimed all my brothers. Difficult to talk about. It's very true. He lost 2 brothers on that expedition. Trade ship coming out of Treya. A group of Northmen is said to have sailed there. Most their hospitable place they called Orkney. Those lands were inhabited by tribes plagued by infighting, but those stories were of larger kingdoms to the south, realms with. It sounds like fucking Spain, no? Oh no, that is so that's basically what you're saying is he had an injury to his noggin that only excavated in its intensity at that period. Inhabited by the time, so he's actually talking about Britain, but he's referring to the tribes of the Picts and referring to the more civilized south of Britain. Although I am fairly sure most people would consider the Northumbrian region of England to not be civilized nor useful to anyone. Our bomb is using the crafting system. We will experiment with stuff like that later on. But right now it's not later. So we'll be ignoring it for a bit. Get me back here, I think. A larch. One made from impressive ship, not as impressive as oak, but it's lighter, so your ship will be faster than one made from oak. Wait, falling. What are you looking for? What happened? Maybe I can find him. I found this. There. So, here you go, nephew. You now have a spear instead of a fucking pitchfork. You don't need a 2x anymore. Our first armor piece should probably go to her. First helmet can go to Asli for the fucking Muppet. This is a more versatile armor piece than the one we have. What's nice is it actually changes their appearance. So if we take this off, nephew here, she's back to her normal clothes. And put that back and she's got a bit of her armor. And me. Elm, strong timber, plenty of room for cargo, so it's terrible. Don't look at me, I'm just telling you as it is. Chessel gets this. Nice helmet, dork. Just real quick check our log. The longship. There's one more tree in the woods somewhere. And we still have yet to find the people down here. in their camp. Airlock cell, I see you made yourself comfortable. 18-year-old kid, huh? Stands up and addresses you, Airlock cell. We didn't expect anyone to be here and thought it'd be okay to set up a camp. Well, it isn't. I just have a few questions. Perception. We succeed. Okay, good. A skinned deer lies dead at the perimeter, and some meat boiling in a pot. Several weapons hidden near the camp. A shield near a tree. That one revealed the coloring pattern from gelling. Where are you from? Down south. What are you doing here? Just passing through. We're merchant. If you're merchants, you get something to trade. 30 or 20 silver. It's pretty obvious you aren't a merchant. Speaking of high, these are my woods. Thank you. Now that's both with... By the looks of your equipment, I say it came from gelling. What's the banner of school scouts doing here? Yeah, no. You just hit him, that would make my life a lot easier.
Couple more hits like that, and I've earned a runestone.
Slow foot. Yes. Thank you. Yeah. Actually, no, that's sort of irrelevant. You're gonna use that anyway. You just sunk in with your little dinky hand axe. Just, that's not good, but I'm not worried about it. Good. Can we... No. Can you? Yes. Let's not walk over the fire, that's just a dumb idea.
That's right. I see the fear in your eyes.
Activate demoralize, and at this time, I can get Nefia behind there. He's still drugged. That works. That was a near perfect fight, wasn't it? I'm actually remotely curious. Is this actually truly set to the hardest difficulty? Because it sure as shit doesn't feel like it at the moment. That's just a very basic pine shield, but at the same time, I think she could just use that pine shield just to have it. And you could take and get rid of this, get rid of this. Okay. I am sort of inclined to lean with this team though. I'm quite like how they're playing so far. Nefia might get swapped out for Gunnar, because as I said, whatever Nefia can do, I can do better. I'm not going to... I might go into Spear, I severely doubt it, but... And Nefia does have a good role on the battlefield. I always tend to have her in my party because of the versatility the dagger and spear combo provides. So she's very, very powerful. But with the overall arcing means of how we're playing our current combo, you have people to tag down, and then you're gonna have someone to strong arm, knock someone down, as we're just going to have people... Oh, sorry. Slice. Beautiful oak timber for heavy intimidating ship. I personally think I prefer the intimidating ship. It's fast or intimidating, as far as I'm concerned. Cargo is like worthless. It does have some grounds and some legs because it can be very good. Well, half-rotted old pelt, you cut into it and open spell spec content. That's the two people from earlier. And I saw that seen better days. Halfway through cutting open the content, your attention is caught by the unmistakable sight of many boots briskly walking through the frozen underbush. A group of scruffy-looking characters appear from the forest, all visibly armed but weapons not yet drawn. A man and front barks a rude command. Alright, that stuff belongs to us. Hand it over and there won't be any trouble. You must be the gang of the former man who sent us here. We've been looking for that asshole's stash ever since he got caught. Didn't expect he'd convince someone like you to retrieve it from him. What will it be then? Peace or trouble? Trouble, trouble, boiling bubble. Rava! I'm gonna get some more water. So I'll go for a quick leak while you guys are banging out to the music, as you should. And I'll see you shortly. have returned. Take a look at what we got here, shall we? 2 annoying archers, 1 shieldman, and 1 leader. Leader is basically it's pattern welded. Are you high? How the fuck do you get that? You know what? Don't question it. Don't question it. It's gonna piss me off more if I question it. Got a nice sling as well. But basically that just means he's got more leadership skills and benefits his team more than he does go in and brawl. You can quickly tell that by this. This is a defender or warrior. This is a rogue damage basically, and here is another damage. Are we just sort of go hide in the back here? I'll go there. And you go here. That should give us a decent position. That would have been a crit, but it missed, so that's good. So chance to hit is 6. That's how that ability works. Yeah. You just nick that in the bud. Thank you. Can you get here and tie those up while we send Torfin around? Nephia. You head out to the well, activate this. Still not very tanky with that slicer. 8 is over here, 70 melee DR, yeah. That should keep her nice and happy. Use Demoralize here. You start making your way back so you can come around. Go a bit closer. Should have done something. Fuck.
Can't see. What's happening?
That's bullshit, dude. Now they also have Tyr's favor at the moment, so he's got a lot of DR. So let's just remove that DR. And stab him really hard in the fucking spleen. Can you shoot him? That is excellent. You make a run for it. Smack him with a Demoralize again. Hades will be injured here, but I think we'll go straight back to Skjord and probably hold up. Good, her injury. Nothing happened with her injury yet. We have Aslife go all the way up here. Spell goes on that side. He can force march over here. Nephew can prepare to go in behind him. Drink this so we don't have to think about healing you. They interrupt, use demoralize. Yeah, just a chill, my friend. Wondering, okay, I think I misused that Sleipnir's Brew thing. Does only do one movement? Usage every time. What are you doing? Oh my lord, I'm not even chasing that yet. We're just gonna heal.
I can fix this.
Thank you.
I'm woefully worried about her at the moment. We should be okay, but I'm still worried about her. Spit opening. Slash. We haven't gotten the singular dagger upgrade yet neither, so we're not very happy with that.
Oh shit, was that as painful as it looked?
Good. That person just killed themselves. Still being aggravatingly annoying? I really need to spend my points after this. We're getting to the point where it's noticeable with them not being the best points. Scheiße!
I'll be fine.
Hopefully, Adis doesn't have that bad of an injury. Critical laceration. Oh my good fuck. Should be fine. We shouldn't have to fight it. The only thing I could have done to prevent the injury that happened to Adis there was had someone that could have blocked the person that stabbed her in the back's path. Yeah, I think that's everything. So let's go talk to Torfin, and then we'll head back. Step 5 of the current selection, what do you think? Oak, ash, spruce, larch, elm, or pine? What I'm thinking is we want a spruce vessel for a very quick, maneuverable, and quick ship. But at the same time, I'm also thinking oak. What do you think, Grim? Actually, I already know. We get to name the ship, and I always name Truerox's ship the Dark Heart. And when you think of the Dark Heart in terms of a name, I think it should be fairly intimidating. Not the fastest in terms of a longship, but longships are pretty fast in general. Don't get me wrong, the difference in terms of the sleekness and various things of that nature will impact the overall speed of the ship. But what I think would be... Anybody at all? Oak or spruce? I'm not a big fan of entering into the, well, medium thing. Like, you just don't pass any of the skill checks. Because they're going to have events that happen in sea. Or at sea, rather. And their outcome will depend on what your ship's stature is. If you have an intimidating ship, you might be able to intimidate your opposition. If you have a fast ship, you have a fast ship. But if you have a slow ship, it's a... notion of that. I am thinking... But at the same time, the speed of which the ship could be arriving creates that fear as well. Even if the ship itself is nothing too impressive, the fact that it will be a speed demon would make it impressive. Curious. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that because we're playing a rogue who would probably want to be able to go from point A to point B pretty quick to avoid attention being drawn occasionally. I think Oak is arguably the best, just due to there's an annoying event that happens frequently at sea, and Oak just allows you to pretty much skip it. But with Spruce, we should be able to deal with it. Okay, we need to go back to Skierin ourselves. And we need to talk to Sigrid and Leodor himself. Take her. We'll stick with this plus 13 for the moment. We'll experiment a bit with Gunnar, but we still need to take the time to look at our skills while I remember it. Yeah, 40 SP to spend. I do think I want at least the ability to call in the Wrath of the Gods with Tears Blessing. And we'll get another point guarding. Now let's enter into the Funhouse, the Funhouse. 3% points from all critical attacks. Isn't there one that's like a Backstabber? Backstabber versus Harried. Was very good. Right now I'm just sort of keeping my eye on here. The second that ticks to 100, we will be increasing our damage immediately. I'm still a bit hunched. This is Parry. Parry's okay. Parry's okay in certain situations. But Flurry makes 2 attacks at the half target and causes them to bleed. He's good, he's nice, he's good, he's nice. But I was also talking about charge, because charge can be useful, because you can just, if you're unable to stun someone, just getting the extra damage from a charge, just going bonk, quite nice. So we'll pick that up as well. You're not a lone wolf though. Thick skin, walk your shots. We don't do opportunist. Do nimble. Do we have another decent one? No. Oh, I should have gone relentless. I forget how overpowered that thing is sometimes. Maneuvering! There's no option when it comes to her, you just sort of dump everything in here. Pick up... Quick feet? No need quick feet on you. Personally, I don't tend to worry at all about 80's or 80's ability to use an axe. It's just sort of completely irrelevant. It's a good tree, don't get me wrong. Cleave, you make an attack that's always blocked, but any damage not absorbed by the shield is dealt to the target's hit point, which means axes are basically just fuck your shield, and fuck your shield again. Because you hook the shield to remove the shield for that turn, you smack the shield to try to destroy the shield, or you remove their weapon. Axes are proper utility. Which makes it phenomenally great in conjunction with the shield. For Aedis, we're also going to go into this territory. We want this. Let's do that to begin with. We just want her to have all of this stuff as conjunction with her shield. There's just a lot of points you have to spend with Aedis because she's a leader, in my opinion, not a fighter in that sense. Nefia, I do like getting this with Nefia, but I'm not concerned about it. Because she has 2 there, 2 there. Like I said, I do like going shield with her over there, because she's got decent endurance, as you can see. She's got 7 endurance. So she's able to take that tank position as a frontliner. She's not the best at it, comparative to the others here. Actually, she's more tanky than S-Lifer. That's hilarious. But she's not as tanky. I have done the same with Gunnar in the past, and I did not like doing it with Gunnar. Because I just found he had too little sense to be useful as a frontline to the same degree, so he's just that much more of a damager. The issue with S-Lifer is she's just such a jack of all trades that it just doesn't really get any real benefit. But let's get Relentless. Oh, you don't have that. Oh. That's not good. We'll pick up Blood... No, not Bloodthirsty. We'll pick up Backstabber. Interrupt. Attacks of Opportunity, I believe, always hit. Or is that in conjunction with this? Well, we don't need them yet anyway, so it's a moot point. You don't do any guarding. We'll just stay in this area then. Pick up this just because having that ability. If you miss, you harry them, which means with a lot of my people getting Backstabber, you just do more damage. It's just lovely. It's very useful in the early game. Right, late game, it's sort of meh. Pick up Relentless. Not gonna be used too much with him, but I'd rather he has it than not. Some various movement abilities. Kittle. You're always going to be shooting primarily, but again, it's not going to hurt you to have that. Am I addicted to that ability? You bet your ass I am. I like him having Preserving. Relentless. Walk your shots. And Night Owl, just for the sake of it, and we'll pick up Bloodthirsty as well. Gunnar over here. I'll pick up that. And we'll pick up that, because that's what we always want him to do. Comes into guarding. Quick Feet, Relentless, and Backstabber. Still a bit hesitant if we should have him dual wield or Danax. But for right now, let's go get Adis taken care of. Then we can talk to Sigurd and look to name our ship. Well, I heard men have gotten their crap kicked out of them. Can you treat their laceration that happened to her hand? Is that a laceration? Thank you. I'm not asking that last option there because that option is sort of a moot point, because it's basically referring to what kind of upgrades we can do here. Because the more here is the Alda's Hut, and we can do Sacrificial Bog or Herbal Garden for prosperity and weekly herbs or rations. I tend to go with herbs, it's just a bit better. How's the hunt? Sprinting at least with you, we'll have to work a little harder for an eye. Sitting on it too long. Let's go through some sneak attacks. Race from the Longhouse level, I've looked at a decent market close to home where we can sell our pelts and meats. Who else would like to improve the village? Also, that quest is just straight up done. It's kind of terrible. Sorry, it might be better to go to the forest to harvest the timber you chose for the ship. I don't even remember that anymore. All was left in Namer. As I stated, it will be. It will be the Dark Heart. Bad name. Dark Heart. And there's 5 skill points. Myself, I will be picking up. I guess I'll just pick up that, and then the second we get this, everyone's gonna die. Roskva. Maneuvering. Adis doesn't need anything. You have 10, huh? You just spend that 1 point in shield to give you brace at the very least. Why not? You can take some here. Take evade, I guess. You're waiting, and you're waiting. Good. Yeah. Don't remember there being one there. They're so super important, though. Super important. Yeah, next we can go hand the amulet claw thing back to the guy here at the farm. It's interesting because right now we're at the notion of where I think it would be beneficial to have Gunnar in the party. Keep the sword for now. I will give this to Roscoe. You can see what the wife of these people say. Brought you that. And you got it. 3 skill points, so that puts us what? 5? Okay, cool. Kind of a shame they don't say anything. We'll soon have to make camp, but we'll start making our way toward Reeve. Should have a nice little one here. Yeah, go to the forest. So this is the camp screen we're going to be entering now. Quite quickly put, we're just going to hit that. Actually, we're going to hit meat first because we want to use meat first. No, meat first. I will do the some manual, some not. We'll do that for now. And then I will do the rest manual. Roscoe, no. Prepare herbs. Don't have to do that right now, do so. So, who do we have garden? You go and clean and do scout before that. Still have down guard. Yeah, that looks pretty decent at the moment. 2 meat will spoil this camp. You preserve my cap. But I really don't care about your little. It's a charming little ditty, but like it doesn't do anything. It's a bit of a moot point, you know. We will get this. I won't go up there. We have a lot of things to do in the Reeb. I'm surprised I didn't get blood eyes. Roskva isn't that useful at the moment, but I still want Roskva with me. There's some fun interaction we can have with Gunnar in here. Let's do this. If possible, I would like to do the romance thing with Asleifer, as I haven't done that before. Well, you can romance your distant cousin as a separate matter, but it's gonna be a bit. Yeah, it's just the reloading time is 12 months too long. Reed is a big fuck off place, and we're gonna rob it dry. Emphasis on that. Skull.
This town goes on forever.
Have you never been to Ribe before?
Has Hulda ever left Skjern? You're a grown woman. Are you not allowed to leave on your own? Hulda can't prevent me anymore, but I don't know. I feel obligated towards her. It's a generous thing, what you've done for her over the years. Fair is fair, you know.
If you have Adis with you here, she will make a point about she'll be the religious head of Skjern at one point, and then she'll have to attend the Blot here. You'll get sick of both Reeve and everything. What I was gonna say about the romance with Asleifer is that that romance is just fucking bizarre, because apparently you can only start it if you have -4 morale with them. Where is she talking? You're gonna be running around like an absolute mad person for a while. Just rummaging through boxes and crates and anything that isn't nailed down. There is a fair bit of hidden goodies in town, so every singular time we do some of these, we will. There are some that are, as I stated, hidden, and they have certain goodies in them. Reeb is and isn't one of them, because there's nothing particularly hidden that's of good value. There's just some crafting pieces like that, as an example. I don't know if that's set to be there or if that's just lucky, but there are some nice boxes that we can use. go talk to Rotten Hill just yet. This area. White spatter of freckles on her sharp face with her auburn hair in a tight braid. Pale eyes, dare you to turn away. Her skin is like a whip crack. Her voice is like a whip crack. So sharp? You do not look like the rest of these people, are you? Armed, purpose to your stride, and you get things done. What do you want? I know who caused all this. We did it. Uh-huh. And you want to find him? Fleeing to the south, southeast. What can you tell me about him? There's something you're not telling me. So she's framing him for doing this. I do know who did this. Should have waited with that. I should have waited with that. We're not looting again, it's okay. However, that said, I have tempted just to head outside and go camp again just to recover my fatigue. This one morale. We don't need it ourselves. Kettle's a bit of a kid, isn't he? You can have it. Morale does also inflict your passive physical and mental abilities. Which is a bit silly, but... Despite how many times I've seen these loading screens, I still like them. Yeah, but I sort of beat myself up for taking fatigue now. It shouldn't matter in the long haul, but... Actually, it will matter, because I can't steal anything with my stats being fatigued. Let's reset. Let's reset. Let's do that. Technically a bit of time wasting, but it's not bad, baby. 2 Hirdmen still have available shifts. That would be you. So you can do scouting, and then you can do cleaning. And you can do that. You've been hiking for a few hours when up ahead you notice two people traveling in the same direction as you, albeit at a slower pace. The older of the two, a man with hollow cheeks and a scar across his lips, steps in front of his companion. Move along. We don't want trouble. Examine them. Their homespun clothes are dark, dirtier from the road, and devoid of color or design. They have a lean strength of people accustomed to hard work and mange grain fare. Seem to be traveling a hard path. Who are you? Travelers down on their luck. We want nothing from you. Please leave us be. You're thralls, aren't you? Escaped, most likely. We are freed men. We just want to find a fresh beginning for ourselves. Fuck off then. And the training ring just completed. Let's toss up banners, prosperity. Our bigger issue is the fact that we just have an overall lack of wood. Tell them to start constructing that. Most people don't construct this early on. They just don't really figure it out. You don't have the wood, you don't have the resources to the same degree you will as when you're in the Isles. So, but if you want to build everything, you should start pretty early. So you should start around this period. Otherwise you will have to go buy slaves and stuff. Let's head back down and continue exploring. Before we were rudely interrupted by opening a hatch. This is one of those bullshit moments that the game tends to have a couple of. Oh.
Shit! Let me take a look.
Good! Good.
Let me grab his weapon. Let me grab his weapon. Shit.
We can't take him completely out of the fight here, so I'm not super concerned about that. Did you take demoralized? Yeah, okay, so you can't shoot a damn thing at the moment. Okay, you can do that. We'll do that. That is such shit. That is such shit.
Must go on without me.
I'll help!
Ha! Very good!
Yeah, that's such shit. We can still have won that fight, but I'm just mad at myself for not removing Gunnar's fucking axe. All I had to do was remove that axe. Let's do that immediately. Get rid of that fucking thing. The good news is we didn't lose too much progress here though, since this was the only thing I had looted before we walked into their little bit of a man bush over here. So we're gonna do the exact same thing again. Pretend like we don't know it's there, but I'm going to say before we do it. We walked in from this angle originally, so let's do the same now. You shouldn't be able to one-shot me, right? I'm worried about Nephew at the moment. That's good.
Need a hand?
Ha! Very good!
I do think I will keep Gunnar with a Dane axe, however. But at the moment, he's just going to be more useful having the shield hook. Let's just remove interrupt and add this to his bar. Get him Harry. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Now this motherfucking archer is all the way down there. That is apparently a spotlight. Tell you what we'll do this. We're gonna do that. Kidding me? Let's just do the Oscillator for not having any armor. Beautiful. Cool. Fuck you, game.
I'll help!
Good one, thanks.
this should be enough to trigger the one. Apparently not. Apparently not. Oh, now he does. That's triggered, so that's good. You can tank one hit guaranteed, so you can hit it here.
I can fix
Probably a bit far to run that far away, but.
You think that was a good hit? Wait till I'm warmed up.
Our slaver probably got a heavy injury here, which is going to stop. Oh, it's just a light puncture. Good. Yeah, good question, Kettle. What in Thor's name was that all about? Who are these people? Nevia nudges one of the attacker with the tip of her boot, expliciting a groan. This one's still alive. Grab the survivor. Who sent you? Speak. You met with the gaze of you get that speaks clearly of your prospects. You got nothing out of this person. Check their pockets. You and your herd each pick an attacker to search. A sliver reaches a hand holding something that glimmers in the light. Found something, a medallion of some kind. Probably picked his pocket as he accidentally fell over. Ah! Ooh, look! Shiny! The silver medallion is the centerpiece of a pearl necklace. You don't recognize the exotic patterns adorned on it, but somebody in this town must know.
That pattern looks faintly familiar. I can't place it though. May have seen something like it in Copenhagen. Perhaps we should ask around the market.
Interesting. So what does your groin fracture do? -1 to finesse. To be honest, I don't care. Easiest way to put it with stealing is your skill check. With 10 in finesse, we could pretty much get away with everything. But that's a huge shield upgrade right here. He already has a fair shield, so we give that to you. We'll look. Shit, shit, destroy, 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 destroy. Rave's most central blacksmith is well known for his broad knowledge of metalworking. He can forge a sword as easily and readily as he makes broken pots. So, my beautiful Thane, have you come to commission a weapon from the best in Saxony? One of his apprentices bangs away at something that furnace. The smith themselves meet you out in the yard. Show him the necklace. Do you recognize the patterns on this medallion? No, can't say I've seen engravings like this before. You sell arms and armor. You build such items to order. You bring me the materials I need. So again, this is let's repair. But he's still pretty terrible. Because we still, well, in this case, it's not that, it's just the fact that we only have 3 salvage. That seems weird. I don't know what is the precise cause of him or the inability to do anything. It's financial, isn't it? Yeah, that checks out. But we can't trade things here, which isn't really worth it. This is one of those more scripted things. Yeah. Let's see. There's no real easy way to path to it, therefore it's one of those, as stated. You might see this wagon and I think you can get around it without having the Alt key enabled. That's everything in this quadrant of the map. So to the front. Still need to enter the temple. We have that strange key we found earlier we can look for. I'll look to see if it opens anything here and read. Want as many herbs as we can. I stated I will keep all the hides for later in the game, because there's no point in spending them to make lighter armor when you're only really going to need enough armor to, in the start, to equip your main people, and then go from there. We'll soon get our first suit of mail, however, and we're still 2 hours at least, I think, away from that, given how I'm going to have to read the dialogue. I think they're a novel concept. This is a quest we can do, and we are going to do, for our own personal benefit. The man before you has a robust and hale bearing of a farmer. His crow's feet are graying here, attests to that his prime years lay behind him. A fat pig shuffles about his yard. That thing. What do you want? Were you fighting over that pig? Martel's making trouble, accusing us of thievery. Who are you anyway? I'm someone. Threatened to restrain with his receding hairline. Oh. That's a mouthful. Maybe you can talk them down. I'll clear it up. Anyone else I can talk to? The only one we care about is talking to this guy. Approach a man whose hard work and plenty have left their mark. There is a stout strength about him, and he carries it with prodigious. Who's that? Halfdanner. Trurux. Harol's daughter from Skirn. I did business with your father. More than a few houses are built with our lumber. What do you do? My family has helped work the forest outside of Reeves for many years. We helped build this town. Tell me about the idiots. Their family's too weak to stand on its own, so they blame their problems on their betters. Myrtle's oldest boy fought when Ragnar was declared Jarl, and he was killed in the night, a cowardly affair. They accused my brother Denglir of the deed, falsely, as they do. Does the pig belong to Frilny? Is that what this is about? We have plenty. Why would we throw it all away our honor to steal from the Maldens? That's all I needed to know. Pig. Simon the pig. When it was made. Make my decision. Pig is yours, Mother has no claim. Promise I'll send some of our surplus timber to Skjern. Timber. Don't think we got quite a lot this time. Actually, we might have gone about 40 there. Hard to say, truly. But the fact of the matter is that's just an easy bit of free timber.
These ships.
All trade for miles around goes through this harbor.
Yeah, but also they look really cool.
They're quite beautiful, yes.
I must admit, I'm starting to look forward to our journey.
What? Some foul spirit of the underworld has taken possession of Aslife. Quick, throw him in the river.
Forget I said anything.
This is like the most boring part of any and everything of the game, but it's such a necessary part. You bet you traveled far. Have you seen this type of medallion? In fact, it was paid. Ooh. Who paid you this? Gunnar, do me a favor.
My pleasure.
Captain, back away from the berserker, narrowly falling over the side of the dock. Okay, no. Let's not do anything rash. Let's come to an agreement, shall we? It was paid by a woman called Hargarda. Really now. 5 of them, 3 men, 2 women. I gathered that one of the women was their sister of one of the men. Took the job, she paid us with the dynam. I didn't ask any questions. It's been a pleasure doing business with you. You're not going to... looking to hire my crew. I have other things to attend to. Yeah. The Eteria are having been survived in time. Yeah. You walk forward. Thank you. My main goal for this will be to do Denmark in one sitting. I might have to do split England into 2 segments, One for the north, one for the southern part. But we'll do that as we need to. Huh? There is potentially one more combat encounter if we opt to take it. I don't think I will, but we'll see. Because I don't care and you don't need to. Contours of the ship that brought the raiders to Skjern, huh? Nefia follows your gaze. So those saw now to attack our home. Without a moment's pause, Gunnar overtakes you and walks directly up to the nearest raider, beard parted by a shit-eating grin.
Grimar! What an unbelievable coincidence to run into you here.
How the fuck? I thought you were dead.
Takes more than that to kill an Ulfhe than your old friend.
Slapped Grimar hard on the shoulder, nearly sending the man sideways into the air.
You should have taken better care of the old ship. She looks ready to sink.
You asshole. You led us to our deaths. We're all that's left. Everyone else is dead, and you staunter up her like you're still in charge? Well, you can forget that. I'm in charge now. We're patching up the ship, and we're going home. Gunnar stares into Grimar's eyes for a long moment, and then without any further warning, he socks his old friend square in the jaw. Well, ain't that a fine how do you do? Maybe have you still. Okay, cool. You do that then. Ready. Why would that hit? How dare you? Dead. I might regret that come soon. Yeah, I thought so. What are the chances of that? I don't want to know, I'll be honest with you.
Need a hand?
I'm in your tent.
It's a very, very valid sound. Is it? Actually. Maneuvering! I will shout maneuvering every time I use that ability. Don't even bother to think otherwise. That did make me feel better. And now we have a ship. That battered old thing ain't gonna take us across the sea. Besides, we couldn't even muster a crew for the ship that large. You can at least chop it up for wood. Perhaps one of the traders on the market will be able to handle it for us. I think with 10, the only one we can actually fail is going to be the higher requirement ones. The hard ones, I think, will always be guaranteed. Being the most powerful woman in Denmark, Ragnhild has a second longhouse, just for hitting the warriors from all over the north come here to seek work and train with her renowned schools. You recognize Skallagrimr from your father's funeral. The tall man is Ragnhild's bannerman and lover. He never leaves her side, except for now, apparently. He raised his hand in greetings. Oh there, Trurux. I greatly enjoyed myself at your feast. Especially the show you put on at the end. You fight well. Well, Oxal, how goes it? I got no complaints. I'm teaching these runts how to fight with a spear from behind the friendly shield bearer. They're catching on. Tell me, what brought you to Reeb today? I need men. Chosen a bad time to recruit. You've chosen a bad time to muddle in the affairs of the Septims. Mercenaries have no trouble finding low-risk work at the moment. With what trouble in the marsh? What trouble? People have been disappearing in those marshes for years, but it's gotten worse, a lot worse lately. As many as a dozen disappearances over these past 2 months. Entire trade caravans simply vanish in there. The whole city is awash with rumors of lanternmen, man-eating witches, and other such nonsense. If your interest goes beyond idling curiosity, I suggest you ask Ragnhild about it. She's been trying to find people to do something about it. Temple. I want to explore a bit more before we head there. I think we could have made a strong argument that I should have done this off stream, but unadulterated condensation radiates under the dark eyes. Under bushy eyebrows, it's rare to see such arrogance on the face of such a blatantly unrefined man. I know you. You're a school. Are you the Thane Skin, right? I saw you fight some ill-equipped farm boys at your father's funeral. Hope you know how to fight. Oh, I'd love to see how you fare against a real warrior for once. Careful what you wish for. Yeah, I tremble in fear. If you're looking for a crew fight already hired, everyone is worth a damn. Hired killer ambushed me near the blacksmith. You know anything about that? That doesn't sound like Gerda at all. If the she-badger wanted you dead, you wouldn't be having this conversation in the first place. Seriously, doesn't sound like you should be watching your back, though, doesn't it? Just preparing the ship for their excursion. Got some mates in Orkney waiting for me to visit. What a coincidence. They're using my ship on their beach, though. Yeah. Well, let's get on with the preparation. Aw, he's pretending to be civil. Who are you? What do you want? Broadside and Queen spread it out on a woolen blanket in front of him. What are you even needing weapons and armor? Why? Don't worry, these things belong to my wife, the Gunda. Fell in Frisia, defending a group of traders. Without her, there's nothing left for me here. Going back east to my ancestral village, but I need to buy a place on a ship. Got my offer. She was the most beautiful woman in the world. Her hair was gold and it flowed around her shoulder like a waterfall. Sounds lovely. When she smiled, everything else seemed colorless by comparison. When she laughed, there was no other sound in the world. She chose the life of a shield maiden before we met. I wanted nothing more than to settle down with her, but she was too full of life for such a modest existence. I will never love another woman. I will never be able to. Let's see what you got. Centerpiece of the selection is a suit of armor, unremarkable hide armor. It's a nasty slash across the chest, but it's been very completely repaired. You'd estimate the original value to be around 300 valuables. So there's an winged spear that could probably fetch 200 when new and coiled around. A simple flax that will probably be worth around 50, and a standard collection literature and helm worth 100 or so for the collection. To skimp 100 off the armor, but I don't have enough money to buy everything, and probably will for the sake of it, because we're here to get more warriors. We're gonna get 3 more people. We do need something for them. I'm not interested in to buy anything right now. In fact, let me change your mind. Because we want to. We have 700 valuables. We can't buy everything, but we should wait a bit. We have the market to explore and rob. I didn't say that. You said that. Pretty well we're in the region. Let's go into the temple and not forget about it like a muppet. We'll do it actually. I will just do it. Gildia is young, not much older than you. Her blonde hair is elaborately braided, and her bright colored dress embroidered with complex religious patterns. She greets you in a polite but distant smile and a strangely breathy voice. Welcome, my name is Svana. I am the Gita here at the temple. Is this the first time you're visiting? You never had an occasion to enter the house before. Well, our honor to host you. Have you come to petition gods? I'd like to make an offering. We have shrines of Odin, Thor, Freya, but I'm happy to assist the offerings for any Aesir or Vanir you wish to appease. 50 rations. We have about 70, so that's fine. We'll do one for Thwyr to be granted discipline. And we get a tier talisman. Thwyr. Take this talisman as a symbol of your devotion. I need medicine. Please describe the illness. Need the moldy bark from a troll tree. In the marsh to the southeast, you're looking for the patches of yellow-green mold on its trunk. If you bring me that bark, I will use it to make a cure for you. I will return soon. Dear Talisman, 5% physical resistance. Let's take this off you for a second. And we'll take that on you here. We'll put that on you for now. Because Aslifer sure as shit needs the added protection. We have been overall unlucky in this playthrough, I would argue. We haven't had much beneficial luck in rock department. Because I'm fine with taking an overall worse piece of armor for myself to give one of my front line that's going to be taking damage a bit of protection. Because this would be better off on being on Gunnar or even Nefia than it would on me at the moment. But I am wearing it, and I'm gonna keep wearing it because I'm gonna keep wearing it until I get mail for myself. Dang it. Have we gotten enough? Almost. This is an area we're going to be engaging in murder, blood, death, mayhem, and slaughter in a minute. We don't have to, but I'm going to. Even though it's littered with traps for some fucking reason. If we play well, it shouldn't be an issue. But, you know, one mistake and we lose everything. Technically, I suppose there will be Haralder elected, they'd be saying instead. Right. Yeah, and there's the market down there, but we still have a couple of back alleys here to do some mischief in. Didn't I loot everything with you, Brana? Karlsdottir? I'm gonna talk to him about some other stuff though. Where are you going if I can't loot you? Here we go. Hopefully there's nothing ahead. And before you has the bearing of a warrior, though age and discomfort seem to have softened his edges. His hair and beard are graying, and the fine clothes he has squashed in to suit him poorly. Yes, you must be the daughter of Harold. It's the nose that gives you away. It's an amusing remark coming from you. The crows around here should be grateful to you for your face for such a fine place to hurt. The man's smile turns rigid, then he composes himself, his eyes never leave you. You feel that my nose lends a certain distinction to my face. It is a very big bulging nose on the picture down there. I am Ingmar Gerrigsson. I knew Harold. He was a fierce warrior and friend. He would hold his mead. I'm still here. He could hold his mead. I'm still here. But he fights and drinks with the Einherjar now. Do me the favor of raise a horn and mead in his memory. My home is in the marketplace. Sure, we'll gladly drink to his memory. I think you're actually scripted to potentially fail the thievery there. Be talking to the what's it called guy because he can deal with the ship for us. No intrigue or interest in speaking to any of these guys. He sells slaves. And we don't really care about slaves. Sacked a Saxon town? Refugees say 100 women and children were cut down by Charlemagne's men. That sounds fun. Reeves town crier is an energetic young woman with fiery red hair. Her sharp features are dotted with freckles and her smile spells mischief, and her tainted, trained voice carries easily across the din of the market. Skald looks at you expectingly as you approach her. Guten Morgen, Honorable Thane. Any news? Only what I've been shouting for hours. Frankish massacre in Saxony, merchant looking to hire warriors, Skjern raided by the Northmen. Did I miss anything? Tell me about the massacre. It's grim news. The Christians appear dead set on converting all pagan to worship their own god or else killing them. Thousands of those who resist the missionaries are dying upon the tips of Frankish spears. King Sigurd has sworn he will stop the Christian expansion and has promised aid to all Saxon refugees. Rumors around that the king may assemble, they lay down their army and sail south to discourage any Frankish incursion into Jutland. People went missing in the marsh. She claps her hands to her mouth. Why? Oh yes, I'm glad you were listening. I wasn't. Travelers in the marsh have been disappearing. Rumors of giants and lantern men are beginning to spread. Jarl Magnus offered a reward to anyone brave enough to investigate. Skjern was raided, you say, huh? So say reports from travelers along the road to the north. The Northmen struck at night, and they say the beacons weren't lit. The people of Skjern fought back, defeated the Northmen, captured their leader. The surviving Norsemen escaped on their ship. It's much worse than what you described. Will you give me your account of it then? 3 longship, maybe more. 100 men at at the very least. Each a giant, armed to the teeth. She feigns horror. It's clear she doesn't believe a word, but she's enjoying the worst shit. That's awful. What happened next? It was in the middle of the night. In the middle of the night, we were all in bed. We had no time to arm ourselves. We fought them barehanded. Just when we thought it was over, we saw their leader. Skull covers her mouth with her hand in a gesture of shock, but mostly to cover her grin. Oh no, did he look terrifying? Why don't you see for yourself? He's right there. Gunnar somehow manages to convey amusement with a grunt. I support Thane's account of our raids.
Although it wasn't quite the dishonorable thing she claims. We were, after all, but one ship against the whole village.
The skull lets her eyes rest on Gunnar's bulging physique and bites her lip. By the Aesir, the rumors were true. Would you consider telling me your own version of events in private? You'll have to settle that later. I have questions. She flashes Gunnar a cheeky grin before turning her attention back to you. Of course! What do you want to hear? A crew for a warship. Over yonder to the northwest. Often used by Ragnhild's Hird, Celsor is often looking to hire and often train there with her warriors. Someone's looking to hire warriors? Aye. Jardar, whatever, stands over there for the 3rd day in a row asking any unarmed passers-by for their assistance. If you open with such words, I'm sure he'll tell you all about it. Scout spins her arms and spreads her arms and spins around once herself. Her cheer is almost too intense. Reeb is the beating heart of the West Coast. Remember to enjoy yourself while you're here. End dialogue. You're one perky little lady. And I don't like it. Let's get that guy silver, and then we'll talk to them. Hey, Loxal. So I compose upon you, but I see you're traveling with a retinue that marks you as a woman of high standing. My name is I'm an idiot, and I'm traveling merchant to the east. I've recently talked about the bar, perhaps even beyond. Get to the point. We bought a house that is occupied by rats. The Jarl has had her men to help with no help. I'm looking for someone to take care of the problem. What kind of compensation? As I mentioned trade in ironwork. We then
Yeah.
Very well. I see why we shouldn't aid you. Of course, this is not in reference to there, but if we can get 200 earthlings of silver, we should be able to use that to get the maximum amount of wood out of the Northman raiding vessel. This is an annoying fight, as stated. There are, just for the sake of it, there are numerous traps in the area. So this Denny over here is going to be a right bitch to kill. So let's see what we can do. The Ardar's direction take you to set a small home not far from the market. The walls are dirty, the doorway screwed, one of the roofs has several large cracks. A group of young men and women dressed in rags are loitering around the courtyard. The oldest of them, boy perhaps 15, 16, gets up and saunters over when you enter. Hey, you lost, old girl? We're not interested in company. Sorry, young man, let me rest my arthritic 25-year-old legs a moment before I leave. Kid lets out an amused short snort despite himself. He looks almost impressed for a moment, then before he regains his composure. Jardar sent you, right? Or if you're here to throw us out, it's not gonna work. Smarter people than you have tried. You sure about that? You're the rats. You could try to catch us if you fancy a chase, but lots of the people who have tried, but we're still about, yeah? So what do you want? Should be easily able to deal with this. Aggressive, cunning, honorable, peaceful, whatever. Aggressive eyes you suspiciously as you inch closer to him, but doesn't quite turn and run yet. That's the last mistake he ever makes. Though he's old enough to be a man, he shrieks like a child when you drive your knife into his abdomen once, twice, and once more for good measure. He hits the ground with a wailing pathetically, and the rest of the rats scream in horror and make a break for it. Which is really, he's a bit exposed over here.
That's fine. I'm sure I didn't eat that part of my body. That was luck! Bet you can't do it again!
I can fix this.
Thank you.
First thing first, kick. Second thing, stab. Go there. Because we have two. Okay, they cannot escape this way, but they only have the escape zone all the way down here then? Okay, so I shouldn't be worried about them running out here. It's too late now, but... good. How is that?
Good one, thanks.
Could have waited, see if I could have gotten harried on. Couldn't. In this case, let's just finally activate Favor to Swear.
Yeah.
Don't you just love when the game decides to prove your point for you that something completely broken?
Don't worry, I'm here. Thanks for the help.
This is all one style. Bonk! The guys follow. Cloth armor, okay. That's good. About this is just straight up better than what I have. It makes a nice, decent little clothing there, but that gives us the opportunity to give this armor to Nefia. Water skin always needs to be on someone's belt. Take that, it's gonna can do more damage. Give that fur to Nefia while we take this lighter one for the next fight. As stated, it's not gonna take too long before we get some better gear. But before we leave Reeb, we will be purchasing the armor from the Shield Maiden armor thing. So that's another one that goes on at this point Gunnar, if we're going to keep this party going forward, which we're not. I think we're going to be sticking with I do love Gunnar. I absolutely adore the guy, but yeah. It takes time on your problem to have one of my friends bring the percent reward to your people. Now shake Gunnar without wasting any sets of rewards. 3 skill point, 20 salvage. Salvage? That's not what we agreed on at all. I assume he just needs to go there, but still, that gives us the ability to upgrade to a knife 3. Roskva gains the ability to inspire. Gunnar, we're gonna hold off on weapon skills with Gunnar for a second, because I'm still not quite sure what I truly want him to do. So we're just gonna wait with him. As I said, I'm thinking Danax, but I'm gonna have to make my mind up on the other warriors we're going to be having. Hereward, we will take the next point in sword, no? Just get the heavy swing. Yeah. Heavy Swing's very nice. It ignores the target's damage reduction. Which means I don't really care if they're underneath Tyr's favor. We can just go whoop. So that's a very powerful strike. The downside is a full action, so you cannot do it and move. You have to just stand still and go wallop. It can be blocked, however. So use it accordingly. Nefia. I don't need her to max her knife skills because I do the primarily of those. She just needs to have decent skills with the knife and a decent knife, which we have not gotten yet, fortunately. Kettle takes is an orange aim shot at the moment, and you will take an additional point in shield? No, there's no point in that. Is there anything here? You don't have the points to get that. So, in that sense, we can just wait with your point. Yeah, let's just wait. Has he taken stock of it yet? Let's go to the blacksmith and let's go do this one. It's going to be another fight, unsurprisingly. But we can easily deal with this, I would presume. Let's enter. Hopefully we get a good placement of our people. If not, I'm going to be very, very miffed. I'm going to be miffed anyway, but especially miffed. Could be worse. Speak of comfort on plenty, but with a certain gaudiness. Old trophies and weapons stand side by side in costly but useless decorations. A fire crackles merrily in the hearth. Before you is a table laden with wooden platters and fruits and cheese and sweetmeats. Igmar stands at one end, biting into an apple and chewing with great relish.
Trurox, there you are.
The promise of mead and stories of Harold's deeds, how can I refuse? I'm here to give a nice table. I'm here for the mead, not your spit. Wipe your beard and pour me something to drink, old man. Ingmar's nostril flare and he wipes his mouth on his sleeve in spite of himself. What did you... You are Harold's daughter, always like hearing those words straight from his mouth. Ingmar picks up a pair of drinking horses and sets them on the hearth. He beckons you to join him. You hear him move to help themselves as a number of thralls bring forth food and drink. Rival slides in next to you and places a tentative hand on your wrist, whispering, I wouldn't drink that if I were you. Her pale eyes implore you meaningfully from beneath the curtains of her dark hair. I smelled rhubarb leaf on my horn. This man's trying to poison us. Thank you. Ingmar is pretending to be preoccupied with his mead, but you can tell he's straining to listen in. Switch your horn with Ingmar's. Against the way you definitely exchange the sword for yours, and you raise it in a salute. The old man's none the wiser about your ruse. Drink to a generous and giving host. He raises his horn and drinks deeply. After emptying it, he coughs harshly. Perception. Look at the thralls. Egmar's thrall looks strong and healthy, too much so in fact, as one of them leans in to refill your horn, you spot a glint of steel concealed beneath his rung-sprung clothes. How did you and Harold part ways? Your father set forth with his herd to sail west. I thought that was the end of him. Never. Never heard that he had returned until the news of his recent death. Since the bitterness in him words with the injured pride that drips, you get the sense that he and your father did not part on good terms. You wanted to sail with him. We were brothers. I earned the right. But when he gathered the men for his head, he didn't ask me? No. Your father wronged me, Trurox, insulted my honor. And the bastard died. When you see him, tell him Ingmar did not forget his slight. And he is now drugged. And this is a lot of bullshit. I will do that. I will do this. I will take a step back here. Take him here. I think. And we should be okay. Good.
Oh, that's a load of whack!
I think I brought enough herbs.
Gunn are dead as well.
It's not my time. Odin protects me.
I was thinking that's fine because I can do this and with her alive. But I don't think we can do this with just 4 men. We're just gonna straight up reload here. This is of course the hardest difficulty. We're going to have fights that we just can't do, so. Do the exact same dialogues. Thank you. Switch your horn. Drink, look at them. What did you in part ways? Listen, you wanted to sail with him. Okay, if we take you back here, we take you here, we'll... Actually... we do this, I think we're in a better position. Rude. Dead. Dead. 90 damage? We can potentially do this without me being alive, but I doubt it. I should have used that with you when I think about it. Because I think I need to stop him from moving. Yeah, okay. I have an idea of what I want to do if we have to... well, when we have to do it again. He doesn't have a good angle on that, though. Before you hit, you're demoralized, you fucking muppet. I'm just gonna reload then. This is just such a tricky fight because you just are in such a bad position. We still starting the surprise thing? Oh, I hate it. This person isn't that dangerous, but this guy hits like a truck. So if we put him here, and if we take you here, we're still Lisa's very, very vulnerable to the bows from her. And you here, we should be in a pretty decent spot.
A good death. A warrior's death.
And she still got that off. Lovely. You interrupt? Shit. That's definitely the right choice, because the only reason why Aslifer died there is because he got stunned. I think he would have survived if he wasn't stunned. So we'll give that a try once more with that exact same tactic. How the hell did I fail that? Step Roscoe, just take a step to the side. You go there. 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 Again, we'll just keep Roscoe in the center of the room. Good. Done. We could see. Attack opportunity stunned. He survived. And no bullshit this time around. I don't think we have cure. We do not have cure. We were able to kick him and knock him down. He resisted the knockdown. We do need a lot of things to go right if we're going to do this without being knocked down. Part of me is telling to return the armor, because this thrall down here has repeatedly gone for stun. Which means if I potentially look to get Truarox here and him there, then Gunnar to him. I do think Gunnar is actually able to be one shot by him, but we'll see. We'll see. We can try that. That's not good. That's good. That's good. That's good. Okay, everyone survived. Which is the main thing. If you kick and he gets down, we're happy. You don't have the ability to kick someone and knock them down. I now feel stupid. I have an idea. I'm not sure if it will work, but I have an idea. Roskva can't make it behind there, but I can. The chance of Roskva being able to block that is very low, but we'll see. Good, good, good. Shit.
I don't fear death.
Cannot win if one of us goes down in the first turn. And we spent all of Aslifer's points when I think about it to get what's it called? Can I get the opportunity? Oh, we're 1 point off. It makes me very mad. Troll's not going to die. I will try this strategy again. Because all it requires is Aslifer not to eat shit. That's all it requires. Good. 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 Alright, we should be able to deal with it now. The one that's in the most trouble right now is Roskva, but in conjunction with a bit of a grapple and a violent shank, I'm not quite sure what to do with you right now. Just see if you can stun him. Yeah, that's good. Drug reduces finesse and perception. She's using an axe, so it's sort of a moot point, but at least that's something. We cannot have you be there. You... That should free up these for one turn. Actually, that should be about as good as we can do in that sense. Nice. You go in there, kick. We cannot be brawl with her, so let us ensure we kill. Will we kill? We will kill. Here, here. You take one step forward, we completely hem her in. You suck so much. She should not. Actually, we can somewhat check here. Yeah. Because of this pillar, we cannot be in range there. She cannot move here neither at the moment. But what we can do is get Nephew on the move as well. Roskva will give Aslifer a new strike. I will also now, since I know we can succeed in this fight now, tell that ability to fuck off and put this on.
I can fix this.
Good! Good.
Here we are. Ale biter. That just came down to the ability to get 2 stunts off on the first turn, just or 1 stun. But no, we got 2 stunts off to ensure Rosqua didn't die. We were able to really just play off the fact that Rosqua does so much. We were just able to play off that aspect. At the moment, it's woefully better, and we'll just look to do this. We'll do this in. I need to do that. I'm not quite sure who I'll keep, so I'll keep that sword just for the sake of it. But now we're going to go purchase the deeds for the ship, and that. Once we've gotten our full crew, I think I will end today's stream. My voice is getting a bit tired. That's why I've been drinking liquid like I get paid to drink it. Market, let us head to... Exactly. What I wanted to do was talk to this guy, but we got caught stealing apparently. And well, not apparently, we did get caught stealing. You dare have a box I haven't looted yet? I've been in Reap for over a fucking hour. How have you still hidden a box from me? That's a load of shit and you know it. Thank you for your pot. Okay, we have a lot of wealth now. Let me see what you have. Armor, spear, sling, helmet. Thank you. Fuck off. In this case, the armor is going on buckle over here. Helmet will put, I guess, on you as well. The sling doesn't really matter. We'll just give it to you. It is not as good as Wormstave, so we'll not even contemplate that beyond that. Let's go talk to Ragnhild. This one out here could be potentially fun, but I don't care. So we're just gonna go straight in. Fine, we'll do it. Please a challenger, ask life for a drink, your heart's content. Okay, we'll read this. Feeling a bit thirsty, there's plenty of ale. An easy, almost haughty smile settles on his face. Might be, but that is... I have laid the casket dry in 3 gulps. Choose a challenger. A slifer grabs an offered cup and dips his fingers, flicking a few droplets into the nearby brazier and offering to Loki. A slifer snarls the cup as if willing the ale to submit. After finishing the 3rd cup, Aslicher sways and gasps for breath. He stares quizzically at the now empty cup. Sigmund is struggling. Ale sprays forth across the rim of his cup, and he chokes and coughs violently. He falls forward as he heaves, and he takes several long moments to compose himself. Right. No more. I give. He composes himself and clasps your hand, shaking it. Well done, friend, well done. Of all the people I've met, you're my favorite. Oh, he's drunk as fuck right now. Like to win, do you? You're throwing something away. I think he will do pretty well here. Gonna settle his table. The food lays out before him, break fat plate with garlic and butter, smoked and salted fish and film, honey, glazed parsnips. Oh, that sure sounds lovely. He reaches for a slab of salted ox tongue and tears it into it with his barbed teeth. But the air fills with grunts, cough, and the smacking of lips as two set about their task. All this talking is giving me a fucking hunger. After 3 massive helping, Gunnar seems to be in haze. His jaw works and through and chews more than there's nothing more in his mouth. His fingers scrape at the empty table. Nicky leans on the table, a fierce look of concentration on his face as he stares down the half-filled plate before him. Gunnar's face and hands are covered in grease and bits of food, but he has one. Ragnar appears in the doorway, a look of moderate disapproval on her face. What the fuck's going on here? Nicky, what are you? Sigmund? Huh? Trurex, did you put him out for this? I'm innocent. Wait, no, I don't want to know. You're here to see me, I have time now. And you two, don't Grimmer to send new guards to replace you. It's funny, as when you do get here, the next time, there are going to be different guards because of this. The more you know. Alright, now I'm gonna rob the entirety of the house before I talk to her, so... I'm gonna start here, and we're gonna work our way over there, and we'll do everything in one fell swoop, because we should be good enough for that. I didn't do anything. See, hard is like where we struggle when something is hard. Where's it? Alright, well that's half the things in here. I'm going to be cheeky. Once we start talking about... Oh. Got it. Cool. It's only one reload, that's not bad. Stands politely when you approach her seat and clasps your wrist with a firm grip. Välkommen to Reap, Trurox, by all the pleasure of your visit. We've come to talk about the marsh. Irish people travel safely and suffer nothing from level 2, Reap's reputation will suffer. Me. There's ambush near the blacksmith. What? The captain of the dog ship claims that we received payment from Gerda of yelling to take my attackers here. This is true. Gerda's actually infected poorly indeed on Tame School. I'll have my people bring this captain to me so I may hear the word out of his mouth. Speaking of mission for an expedition, I must stand in the way, but I'm warning you, your father. I gave your father extend to you as well. Stay in known territory if you value your life. I will consider your advice. Concentrate at your markets. We're not going to say I've dealt with the rats because, well, we killed most of them and you not willingly go into town. I killed people in your town. Is that alright, Your Honor? I don't think that goes off very well, does it? I think that's just gonna be, alright, toss them away, lock them up, get them out, fuck it, don't, fuck it, fuck them. So I think we should keep our trap shut on this occasion. Actually, we have one more place to go, and it should be here, actually. Doesn't really do much to go in here, but it can open up a potential part. It's a part of an achievement to find out who started the fire. And then in order to be able to trigger that conversation, there are a lot of preludes, and it's a sense thing. So you first have to go in here, which you get the key from being downstairs. And it's definitely the... I'm not going to read this because I don't care. Basically a guy worshipping the fire giant Surt, if you will.
Surta.
And now we can head out. Let's leave Aslifer at home since he still has a torn fracture in his groin. Didn't really matter, to be fair, when we were doing those encounters. But we'll still leave him be, and we'll take Adis with us. It's a bit ironic, given how Adis is woefully under-equipped comparatively. Actually, he can still keep his helmet. I will swap shields as well, why not? Actually, no, I won't. Adis will get a shield upgrade in this area. That's right. We have points with Adis to spend, don't we? 22 of the damn things now. We could get that. Yeah. Good. That's amazing. Adis is slightly different in how we will use her comparative to Roskva, but a big thing with a sword and shield or an axe and shield leader and how they play is you ask yourself, can they do some semblance of useful utility, like a stun, like a shield hook? Or is it better for us to have her buff someone else to do more damage because they're standing in a position where they have 2-3 people hitting them? They're fine. There's no mistaking the tree the Nagida mentioned. It looks like it has stood in this place forever, its gnarly roots protruding the musky soil far around it. Look for a moldy patch of bark. You examine the trunk and quickly find a patch of bark covered in thick, wet mold that sticks to your fingers when you touch it. Carve a piece of the bark. Reducing your sacks, you carve a jagged piece of the bark off the trunk around the patch, leaving no more mold on the grey old oak tree.
Hey, give me that!
Two men and a woman stand a safe distance from you. Here they wear sort of equipment typical of farmers, trained and obligated to fight in the Leidanger army. We need that stuff more than you. Put it down and step away from the tree. What makes you think your need is greater than ours? Son is gravely ill. The witch says he will not survive the week. We need that bark to make a cure. If you won't give it willingly, we'll take it from you. The tall, densely built man in the background puts a hand on the shorter man's shoulder. Twice our number, better armed, we cannot win this. We'll win. We have no choice. The bark's my only chance. We both face the same problem. Why don't we try splitting it? That seems like a reasonable argument here. Nephew, shut up. We fight, one of our 11 will die for sure. It's likely that some of us will die here as well. If we divide the cure, there's a chance everyone will live. Sounds reasonable to me. Come, the witch didn't say we needed it all. I'm sure this will be enough. Looks at you, then the woman by his side, then back at you. Alright, half the bark then. I hope this will do. Thank you. Oh, you know, this was the best solution. May air watch over you. Actually pretty well equipped. If that's what is expected of the average person during the fucking Leidang army, that's pretty formidable. Probably not in terms of skill, but in terms of individuality, it seems pretty solid.
Who would want to live in a place such as this?
That old man Sandar, he was an odd fish, though.
That's not what I... Never mind.
Those fires there, you can still smell the smoke on them. Whoever lives here may come back soon.
Not gonna do this. Yeah, this is going to be the last thing we do before we head back toward Reeb. Man in front is covered in mud, his lanky physique and watery eyes evoke the image of a drowned woman. Hey there, friend. Yes, friend. You look like a strong, capable sword. Could you help a poor, stranded traveler? Yes. Having trouble? I don't care much for who set the fire in Reed, but he's still a cock. He's still a dick. You slacken your grip on the sacks, fingers slick with blood. Varenger's eyes stare emptily into the sky, his face fixed with a grimace of horror and pain. His chest is a crimson mess of torn flesh, blood seeping from his filthy clothes and running indifferently into the bog waters in which he lays. Take the supplies. Yeah, I know they're there, Kettle. Stay hidden. Count more than 10 people in the group as you hide between the Brombos. However, you notice the 4 of them are clapped in irons under their guard, and their shoulders are hunched in fear. These are school. Ambush. Let's cut the head of the fucking flock. the big one and take him out. Not the person I thought you were gonna shoot, I'll be honest with you. You know what, why don't you two just do this? Oh, but you have man in here, so that's interesting. And that's damning. We successfully hit one and missed the other. But yeah, you guys just punch. He's still trapped for another turn. Let's immediately do this. I think if we take Nephew over here, we'll be in a better position. I'll rush forth. You go forth casually and prepare to demoralize. We have one that didn't get demoralized, so if possible, we should look to punch him in the giblets. If we can, that is the best spot. Got to use kettle. Shit. Okay, that was just demoralize. Cool. Everyone is still very much alive. Get you here. There. There. Grapple. 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 Gunnar. Didn't mean to do that, but we can make that work. Oh, I love it. Thanks to your quick intervention, none of the trolls were killed in the fighting. They were actually wearily unsure of what fate you had in store for them. A young man, which, with the sorry beginnings of a beard on his chin, steps forward tentatively. Thank you. They captured us, beat us. They were going to drag us away to serve as thralls. Looking for Manny. Alright, fuck off, people. I think we're going to be disassembling that cloth armor. Because the thing we have to know is that for me, cloth armor is okay. For anyone else, yeah, no. And the only reason it's good for me is because my base DR when I'm wearing my tunic is squat diddly dink. So just getting a little bit is kind of helpful. Emperor Roskva here. 7-6. This is 7-7. 7-9 even. 9-11. 13-9. They protect well against the elements. The fabric is designed to keep its wearer safe from poison in particular. I do think that's a fairly nice touch, however, because it makes good sense. A winged spear. Not very nice, is it? I will toss down another save here just for the sake of it. We're nearly done here. We want to go back to the place and enter the house. Maybe that was a mistake to do that immediately. Okay. People behind the tree. You go here, you go here, you go here. Shouldn't be able to attack. You shouldn't be able to attack. Finally you are. That's okay, they can capitalize off that. Cool. Hate you. Apparently you can't kick wolves, who would have thought? You don't have cure yet, do you? No. Gotta be worth just tossing on to his favor. Should be fine in this type of position. That's bad. That's really bad for nephew. Oh, you're so lucky, nephew. We have two more. What worse? Isn't there everything here? We have, as stated, a couple more bits left. Okay, that's actually not an immovable part. Let's go back to the fisherman's house. And then we'll see about transitioning the end of the swamp.
So, do we believe in lantern men? We don't, right?
Ghost lights that lure travelers to their doom? Old wives' tales. I've seen them sometimes, when I go into the marshes for herbs. No, don't encourage him.
My grandma used to say, lantern men mark the location of a treasure buried underwater.
If we spot any lights in the marsh, I say we send Gunnar to look for treasure.
Ha ha! I'll take you up on that. But I get to keep what I find.
Don't go fuck with the swamp, says Geo-Wizard learned the hard way. Gets a bit miffed in there. Yeah, we were just fucking with people. 3 armor webbing. Basically how they work in crafting is we don't have our specific crafter designed yet. I like to have one person doing it all, which is going to be one of our sidemen. If we take really oh yeah, because I stole the medicine in the market, and that's probably why. Where is it? Yeah, here and here. Basically, it's all built in under crafting here. Craft weapons, then you get armor, and then you get there. So many points you have to spend. It's just basically it makes whoever you give that job to a non-combatant until later in the game. As you still get enough points to be able to max out your weapons, but if you're going to have them in the party and do it, you're shooting yourself on the foot, either in the terms of crafting or combat. Then you also want Tinkerer. And we have Hell Hath No Fury, which is done, and Disappearances, which is what we're going to be doing now. First step first is entering here and nicking absolutely everything. Second step is to wait till nightfall at this location. And then we'll go to read, and then we'll create our additional Vikings, and then we'll end today's stream. We're nearly completely done with Denmark. It shouldn't take too much longer. I just don't want to do it today. Yank. 60 salvage. That said, I might actually be pretty interested in making some quick high damage daggers, since we haven't gotten a singular fucking dagger yet. We're still just using simple knives. Don't get me wrong, we're doing a hell of a lot of damage with them, but like, I want a knife. Alright, we'll toss down the save here, and then we'll examine the area first. Examine the locks. 3 separate spots that make decent seats around the campfire. They've been eating. The bones are not human, they're from a boar. Examine the small fires. To determine a ring of fire to chase away any lanternmen. Boys lit fires like this when they were younger also keeps the animals at bay. I want to ensure my companions are going to be in a decent position though. Should do it like this, I think. Not sure if that bears any relevance, but I'd rather be safe than be fucked. This is a difficult fight. They're going to be all the way over there. We're in very good shape. Alright, Darkness 3 lumbering shapes emerge. They are unnaturally large, and their faces are hideously misshapen. Roscoe's voice pale with trembling terror. Giants! Gunnar's grin is fierce. You can almost hear the meaty fist clench around the haft of his weapon. Giants! The largest among them points toward you. Look at this, brothers. Little people drawn to our fire, lost in the wood on a dark night. Yeah, you're a dick. Toll for the passing of our land, the goods. I have no point dragging a low and the microphone. She's like, nope. And their lives. Come then, call us monsters. They bring sword and fire. So we take them, kill them first, and now they leave us alone. You should have left us alone now. We'll have to take you. This is good. This is very good. Please? I hate you. Are you kidding me? Gunnar can deal with the dogs on his own. Oh. Good. That's not good. I hate you.
Looks like a wonderful place for a nap.
We're gonna rest when we head back to Reeb anyway.
You think that was a good hit? Wait till I'm warmed up.
Good. That's everything he can do, basically. Probably have done that to Nefia. I think she would have done more damage with the spear. Or we can do that. That was 2 turns down for Kettle and 1 for Gunnar. Moderate laceration, no one injured on Gunnar's side. Spare Wall, Disfigure, and Howling Witch. Not quite sure. I think I like the notion of keeping Gunnar dual wielding in this case. Doesn't really matter, but like most of his description are him like, yeah, let's do this. Which means we'll need someone else to do Danax. I have used Aslifer as Danax in the past, but we've also invested into his swords, so he's going to be Sword and Shield. Adis is not going to get this axe. We will use the Disfigure's the 200 Danax, so we'll give this to him. This is 511. It's okay because that's his offhand axe. We'll give this to you. And you will take Spare Wall. We will keep the Pine Shield for now. Disfigure will be used by someone else. The antidote will be given to Aslifer, I guess. yeah, that's right, you need to loot Blood Eyes. That is it here. So now we're going to take a bit of a camp in the area around Reeb, and then head to Reeb. We're only going for about 6 hours. My estimated playtime for this would actually, or was actually, to that it would be taking. Let's go up to this one. Actually, let's go there first, and then we'll go down. Was actually supposed to be around 9 hours, and now we're 3 hours away from that, and we're not even done in Denmark yet. But that was based on the notion that it took me 3 hours to get through Denmark when I was doing it on my own time, when I'm naturally not reading the... I forgot about you, I'll be honest with you. Here. Guard there. Okay, you can't clean when injured. I'll have Gunnar clean then. And guarding is still at 95, so that's okay. Due to me taking the early shifts. Actually, you stop there and you guard there. Still have a lot of meat that will spoil this camp. I don't think we can do anything against that, though. Because no one else has any semblance of anything in it. So we'll just let that be. Because the injuries are more important to tend to than the meat. We just lost 5 rations due to rats. I'm not happy with that. Technically, we shouldn't have been worried about our injuries there and gone straight into Reeb, because we would have gotten more people. We'll take the same crew that we had originally when we were in Reeb. They work pretty well together. I do think I will swap Epia for Adis later on, and we can rock this crew basically. Still not quite sold on what to do with Gunnar. That's a me problem and not you a problem. And I will of course be thinking about this for a couple days. Yeah, both 2 new people are standing guard now. The marsh is safe. No one else will die horribly at the hand of those giants. 3 brothers, not foreign, but only men. Indicates you've done Reeb a great service, thank you. I'll talk later. 5 skill points a pop. And we shall create our warriors and prepare them for epic combat and glory. Let's do this then. Huh. Skallagrim. See what our crosslog says. So we need to tell her, yeah. And we need to bring that to her. Actually, let's do those before I forget. Did I go to the wrong part of the city? Somewhat. Yeah, re-rubbing, running quick. Shouldn't be anything else to nip around here anyway. We got 4k gold now though, so that's good.
Face down in the swamp. Dead. You have it here. Merchant friend. We can have a merchant here in Skjern. This is why I tend to do that, because it increases the clan prosperity. And next we will go to the temple. To the villager in Svana. And heard strangely breathy voice. Right here. Nice! You still lurking away, Grim? No, we got one. Brought you 3 bark from Troll Tree. What? Oh, sick friend, yeah. This will be nicely. Give me a few hours, and I will fix a remedy for your friend's affliction. 2 hours passed while we hear the strange breathy voice, moaning and crying. A mold on the troll tree regrows slowly. Thank you, Giva. I want new daggers and I want them now. I want new daggers and I want them now. I want more daggers and I want them now. Hey! Why are you stabbing with an axe? Stops the training when he sees you. Now here's someone who knows a thing or two about courage. That's the monster slayer herself. I hear you take care of the trouble in the marsh. Shit, whole city's heard by now. Warriors have been flocking to the docks, looking for work now that the traders don't need the extra security anymore. If you're still looking to hire, you won't have any trouble. Let me tell you what I need. Introducing this system. This is when you finish loading game. Like, do me that favor, thank you. We get to create 3 more herdmen, and if we want, we can nip some of these ones out. We're not going to do that because these have stories. They have intrigue to them. You have romance. I want to say bromance, but they're just sort of existing because these are more... Yeah. And if you do, you know, click them out, they will be in here. I do sort of wish the herdmen you had created for other playthroughs and stuff would be in here, but that's asking too much. Now, I am going to get my document out. So I have my own little entire document thing, which I have various builds. And now we're going to be picking a select few of them to play with. So, what I am thinking, if we keep Gunnar dual wielding, we need someone to wield the Danax. I always like having an additional archer, but I'm not that bothered about it with the current build we're running. Because when we think about it at the later stage of the game, we're going to be having Kettle shooting away whenever at will, basically, and then me and Nefia are going to be able to, the second we have some of our big brawlers lock someone down in a hold, they're just gonna die. They're just straight up gonna die. So with that in mind, I will create a tried and true Danax wielder. By the name of our father, Harold. Does the last name matter? Not really. Do I care? Green. Go with that. I like medium build. This isn't my it is my default color stage whenever I create, because this is one of the characters. I sort of have 4 separate color schemes that I tend to go for. I tend to go for, either warriors that are from Ribe here in Denmark. I tend to have them look like that. I have one which is just some of my friends, and I went with black, purple, black, sort of like that. And then I have one which were 2 characters based from a game of CK I did, Crusader Kings 3, where I was in the Isle of Man. Well, I first based off in the Faroes, but I conquered the Isle of Man and elevated it. And then I had 2 noteworthy people. The first one that became the elevated, did the decision to elevate, and the other one of them, the last one off the line before I stopped playing it. So for them, I went with... There's a dark blue, red, yellow. Does it look nice? No. Is it different? Yes. It's just what it is. But for this guy, he is one of the warriors I play. He's my berserker build, which we're going to be seeing here. I think he's interesting build overall. We'll go with stubble, goatee, but there is a better one. It's not this one. And it's not the thick braid, it is the long goatee we want for him. Here we want the headband. Can we get a little bit brighter here? No, stick with this one then. Front line, this doesn't matter as per usual, but we're still gold graced. Wrappings, go with that. As stated, these do not matter. And he's got very unusual stat line for a berserker, if you will, because I wanted to ensure he had good ability to do finesse and perception options as a main character for the story. So he's actually a very different compared there, but he makes a very versatile companion for dual wielding and just regular offhanding. In this case, Dane Axe, go with point unarmed for our beloved nature of that. We will take point and throwing. We will skip rebuke with him because he's not going to be in position to make proper use of those. Charge, feint, anticipate opening. And I think I will make him our smith of choice. So we'll take point and guarding, and crafting, relentless, strider, quick feet. Have we spent enough points to warrant more in here? Yeah. So we'll go with Danax. And we'll take one more point into crafting. Artisan basically adds a, we'll call it a legendary effect to the game, or the equipment. Basically a special property like increased health regen, things like that. And then we want low profile as he is a berserker, and we'll call him done there. You guys can't see any of that on that screen when I think about it because my face is in the way, but it doesn't matter. Yeah. So there we have Harold. Next, we're going to use this one, and this is going to be my buddy. Phantom. Took way too long to write. Would add in his last name, but I'm not going to be that much of a prick. And do that. That's somewhat similar already. Black, purple, black. I think he'll be a skinny. No, he has to be a large twag because that's what the guy is in real life. Go with stubble. He has full beard, I guess. Yeah, full beard. Okay. That is more accurate for that. Give him. Let's give him a 4-line tunic. Do that. Now for Phantom here, he is a sorcerer type. So we're going to be giving him. Well, he's primarily decided to be a spearman. Oh, what the fuck would I give him that? I'm not even going to question it. That is the stat retribution I decided to give him. As stated, he will have a spear. Now his primary focus is going to be inhering Galder and Witchcraft, and therefore healing and leadership as well. So we'll ensure he has some variety there. Alternative on that, we'll give him Stun. And then we'll give him Tinkering. As well as Preserving. Strider. Depending on the traits, we may look to use Phantom over Roskva. Because they're going to do very similar things. Probably won't, because I like Roskva a hell of a lot. But that is that one done. Comes in as a Skald. And our last character of choice will be... That's a very good question. And let's go back here and think, because that's shield, that's a hybrid with shield. That is dual wielding axes, that's a Dane axe, that's a spear. She also uses a spear, but there are two very good spears we'll easily get our hands on during the game. Roskva is, I have Roskva carry a sword, but she doesn't ever use it. So what we're lacking is an archer. Don't get me wrong, I don't really care about the archery component. It's just the way that works. So this is always the hard part, to create that last motherfucker. Because we have a rogue with me, with dagger. We have dagger there, dagger. I mean, I don't use any of my secondary statistical skills because I'm just there to stab people in the groin or a lethality to the throat. So I don't need any alternative skills, and most of the other ones have been specialized to be brawlers to just allow me to do me. So I don't think I do need another archer. I don't think so. So in that case, we will do... You know what? We'll create another archer. Just for the sake of it. And we will give it this one. Ironically enough, this is the character I was playing in my own time before this playthrough. Give it my colors again. We'll do medium. Guard. Upgrade. Simple tunic. Layered. Boots. This is an overall standardized archery build we are creating here as well. 2 points there. 10 points there. 7 there. Then we'll get Rebuke. Actually, we want Anticipate Opening as well for the sake of it. I did Phantom for Tinkering, so you will just be our generalized hand. Put point here, put point here. And a little like guarding. I'm only gonna max, like, I'm definitely maxing for serving, but I will be seeing. It doesn't hurt to have several people hunting, but we have to make that decision as we need to. Walk your shots, point blank, relentless, strider, parry. Can we? Not yet. Low profile. Dodge. Upgrade. As stated, we'll have to see how the rest of our party goes, but I do know for a fact that is something she will be doing. And then we'll take Keen Eye and Night Vision. I think we have a decent party. So let's take a look at them, see what kind of goodies we can provide for them. And we're going to take this party back to Skjern with us, as we're going to need to hand in the medicine, and we can talk to Bruna, or whatever the fuck her name was. It's a bit boring in terms of the colors they are providing to the team, because they're literally the exact same colors you're going to be seeing on my character, but does it matter? Not particularly, does it? He will wield Disfigure. Phantom takes Vingerdur's Spear. We don't have a bow for her yet, so we'll just give you a sword and a shield just for the sake of having something in your hands. It's a bit of a shame when they have spears is they don't wield anything here. I'll write it in your books. Does that have something to do with the fact that I am reasonably liked? Apparently. Oh. Should I push through? The area over here won't take too long. I'm still going back to Skjern, however, before we do that. Yeah, we just have to give the medicine back. Then we'll have a camp close to Skjern, and then we'll barrel north toward the, what's it called? I will need to take a quick trip to the restroom when we do that, though, because I've been drinking a lot of water to keep up with my throat being tired from having to read everything. So, we will do that. Technically, I wasted a little bit of medicine by healing the injuries, as I could easily have. If Yura is buried beneath several layers of pelt, she rolls over to face you and sits up groggily when she sees who you are. She manages a rather pale smile. Here to check up on me? That's so sweet of you. How you feeling? Been better, but I'm still alive. You better stay that way, little. I'd be very angry with you otherwise. You're trying to terrify me into getting well. Come here, you. Nefia sits carefully on the edge of her sister's bed, holding her hand. Here is the medicine from Rivskida. Vera is to ingest a small measure twice a day until she's well. Now jumps up her feet and brushes her medicine, blah ha. Just then with poor suffer much longer, I'm going to make her a nice hot soup right away. We've done all we can, the rest is up to my sister. Thank you for this. Just think it makes sense that we would make haste with the notion that the sister, or Nefia's sister, needs the help. And it also serves as an introduction to some of the other ones here that you're fighting for this, you're fighting for Skjern. Get used to it, you're fighting for this location, and we adore this place. We fight to the death for the damn place. Occupied. I will just start going. Should be a nice, good, unoccupied one around here somewhere. Homestead farm complete. I'm not quite sure if we have enough for another building straight away. We don't really have the best area for it at the moment. Okay, we can't start working on the thing. I do believe I prefer the market, but a Marshall Longhouse? Because the market is just better. Straight up. The blacksmith is also nice. It makes Kveldulfur able to craft better weapons and armor. Attracts merchants to your homestead, yeah. Through taxes. Let's just do the market. It will take a week to complete. At this stage, that's completely fine, because it's completely irrelevant how long any of this takes to be completed, because we're still very much working. Let's auto-assign it. Roskva, are you high? You don't clean. You witchcraft. You clean. Other than that, Phantom, you do not do witchcraft. You're going to do some tinkering for us. For the coming area, I would like a tripwire. And I would like... There's some nice stuff here. The issue is, like, a lot of this is, like, sort of superfluous. Allowing you to move faster. It gives you one additional movement point a turn. It's terrible. Poison Pip Trap. It's terrible. Ritual Spear. If you're able to control people, this is very powerful because it will instantly knock them on their ass. Sharpens the mind and claims the nerves, granting you the wherewithal to make more critical hits. Okay, so you just get more crit. Not that big a deal, to be fair. Fire pots are useful. Acid pots destroy shields. Fire pots makes a fire, surprisingly, so that can be useful. Don't really know what that does, to be fair. But the big thing is grease pots over here, super useful, super useful. But for right now, I think I want a net trap. And I said he was going to be our smith, and I am still... Because right now we can make a damn good axe over here. I'm still curious, though, if it's worth making a good 10 damage knife. Suppose I shouldn't do that, I should do this in that case. 10-5 narrow sacks, yeah. I can make 2 of those knives, and then I'll have a very, very good knife. I think I will. Just make 2 of those really, really good knives. We don't need better until we get better in England. I take 1, Nefia takes 1, and if we find another one, you get either a main hand or offhand. So they can just be hand-me-downs. Kettle uses knives like that as well, to some degree. So let us make camp with that. And as soon as we get in here, we will decide our party. As stated, I do think I'm going to drop class prosperity increase. That's in relation to the market. No, market, the other thing be built coming in. The Aedis and Asleifer for this, I think, in conjunction with Rosqua. Because we have gear to support them to some degree. Aedis stops ahead of the group and points northward toward a hill silhouetted against the sky. There it is, on that hill. Recognize the stone. The hamlet we stayed in all those years ago must be up ahead. Let's burn it to the ground. Figuratively speaking, I don't have enough fire. Anything I should know? Wasn't much to look at when I was here last, just a couple shacks and a small temple. The Gori was hospitable, but warned us sternly against disturbing the grave. Had no such notion until he told us not to, of course. Then it was suddenly the only thing on my mind. Let's see what the place has in store for us, then. I will AFK. Does Gunnar have armor? Yes, he does. And these are the things we made. Unbreakable narrow sacks. First of all, let's make sure we look at our character. Slightly less crib, but I don't really care. Because it's gonna do more damage anyway. And you can take this narrow sacks. And that gives you a simple knife. You're wearing something decent, you take that, you can keep your helmet. One thing to know is with helmets, you see it says accuracy penalty, which that goes up to, it's 15 or 20 it goes up to with the heavier helmets, which means this type of helmet we have here, this is a tier 2, tier 3 type of helmet. -5 is what I tend to deem acceptable for archers. But for right now, we'll put it on Nefia. This area here will also provide us with our first male shirt. And with that in mind, that will probably put Asleifer with said shirt. What's his morale at currently? It's too hesitant. They tend to be pretty easy for me because I am an aggressive player in terms of my decision-making and resolution. That is just very easy for me to have him grow in morale from his starting -4. But if all goes according to plan, we'll be able to keep him pretty low. I doubt it, but we'll see. We'll see. I will go AFK now, and then we'll do this part, and then we'll prepare to set sail and leave Skjern in the summer. Actually, they can just stand there. I'll be back.
Now, here's the thing. When it comes down to this place, this beloved little hamlet Ada's talked about can go fuck itself. It can fuck itself right off into oblivion. Because I don't play by that shit. Because if we follow that path, the douche nozzle over there has in store for us, we will not be getting the mail I'm talking about. And it's a pretty decent mail. It is called Cursed Mail. It's the worst mail in the game, don't get me wrong, but I can still get it here. Therefore I want it. Sure, we can chase these people. I hate that encounter though. I hate it. It's an obnoxious encounter in the game. If possible, I would like...
Tell me something. How is it that your stews are always so much better than Bjarki's?
Hey, what do you have against my mother's stew?
Nothing at all. Except that Ida's stews are better.
Yeah, it's true. Your stew is really good, Idis. What do you put in there?
Not about the ingredients. Bjarkis doesn't know how to handle a fire pit. Never did. If you're not careful with the heat, meat will dry out like a cow patty in the sun.
Well, I'll never look at stew the same way again.
Small details like that just add immersion to the game. Shit. How did you get an angle on me? No! Oh, thank fuck for that. Oh, I'm hesitant to walk forward. Not even think about it, let's just heal. Let's not even think about it. There's traps around here. The issue is I have no idea where. Okay. You know, I don't dare. I don't dare. Dare. That was you used to his favor. And you can sit your ass down right there. We're gonna be fighting here for a while, so we'll drop a ranging shot here. That's good. Snap. Shit. 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 Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, thank you. We didn't get around there. No, that will be convenient. Okay, we can move here as well. As good.
to remember these motherfuckers. Do that. Then do that.
At least I lived with honor.
Click the wrong button. Fuck. Shit.
That crunch was your maker calling you home.
First, yep, that's a trap. I'm gonna say we should just find one of these traps. Please block, thank you. I would have killed that guy. I still think I would have gone down to the archer last turn, but now Adis should just be straight up dead here.
I can't give up. My boys need me.
At this point, it's just going to be beneficial just to fuck off back to Skjern to get healed up. Why did he have a fucking fuck? At least it was first try. Severe laceration, moderate fracture, moderate trauma. It was just going straight back to scaring. That's just the only thing that's going to be able to make logical sense to me here. Is, let's not stress about it, let's just do straight back to scaring. Be costing way too much medicine to try to fix that. I didn't mean to go in here, I was going to go around to the back here, look to fight it here. We're just, as I said, straight up just going to immediately go back to Skjarn and then head back. I'll hold the heals up so we can save some of this medicine for when we actually need it in doesn't really matter who we bring, we'll just bring these guys. I also realized that I didn't really say I was going to talk more about Truerox, but I didn't. So, I will. As the character originally originated in... just a short story I was sort of just playing with in my head, which was basically, what if Star Wars involved Earth, and if one of my characters arrived to Earth, what would happen, blah 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 blah. And she was just basically written up as a sort of generic bully, because it's easy to write that. Some of my hitmen have been fucked, can you help us? And so, that was her initial thought, anyway, that the initial stride. Actually, we need to do training before winter ends. We can do that soon. Let's see what you got. Do you sell anything worthwhile? Not really. We're absolutely buggered and exhausted, so let's not do anything rah. We're hungry, we're tired, we're fucked. We will still have Phantom do his tinkering. Some of these numbing tonics are just generally handy to have on your belt every once in a while. Make a grease pot this time. And we do not need to make any weapons. We can make axes that hit very hard, but we don't need to. The only thing that currently we are in need of is a new bow. And we could make a very good bow. But I do not need a good bow. Reasoning being is, I know we're getting a new bow in the next coming mission, so like there's no point in making anything here. In terms of armor, as you see, you have different tiers. This here makes cloth armor, we go up here, we make hide, we go up here, we make hide again. If we take down here and we do here, no. He's unable to get to the point where he's able to make anything better, because you have cloth, hide, leather, lamlar basically, and mail. And mail you can get up to, actually you can showcase this, 40% per, and then you factor in helmet, which you can make 10. So 40 plus 10, that's 50%, and then with Tyr's Favor, you basically double it. With base resistance, you're basically at 90 flat, if not more. It's absolutely lovely. It's absolutely lovely. Shields are also very nice to make. I wouldn't worry too much about it now, because the big thing is you do need a lot of absorption to make a really good shield, and padded pine shields and such like that will be very good, but there's also no shortage of really, really good shields available in this game. We already have a spare wall on Adis, which is the first good shield. The second shield worthy of note that can be obtained is Valkyrie's Flower in Pictland. You also have Hurdsöden, or Odin's Door, from a bit of a monastery raid. You have the Ancient Shield, which is a Roman scutum, available to be found in the quest Journey After Your Father. So there you have 2 maxed out shields in Hurdsöden and the Ancient Shield that are completely decked out, flat out. They're amazing. And then you have the Valkyrie's Flower, which is slightly better than this. It is a padded U-shield, I think, or something along those lines. So it's also a very nice shield that's completely fine, and we only have 3 characters that are using shields to begin with. Well, we have 4 because Roskva herself is using a shield, but she doesn't care what shield it is. I tend to just give her the Valkyrie's Flower because I don't need her to have better. In terms of Dane axes, the best ones are going to be the ones you make yourself when it comes to Dane axes, somewhat unfortunately. But you do have 2 unique Dane axes, I believe it is. One able to be gotten in Orkney. None of them are like true elite, you have to make them yourself, as I said. And then you have this figure, which is the one he's using currently. In terms of axes, you have nothing specific, actually, in terms of truly game-breaking axes. You have one unique on Orkney. That's a decent axe. It's nothing groundbreaking. And then you, of course, have the one currently in the hands of Gunnar, the Bewaring Witch. I don't remember what it's called. That doesn't really matter. Swords, however, we have a large amount of quantifications of swords that are really good. You have one you get in Pictland. You have a crucible steel sword called Ulfbert you can get if you side war with the British toward the end of the game. We're not going to be doing that, but you still get the sword. Ain't that a kick in the head? So there's just so many good weapons. There are 3 or 4 or 5 good knives. So I'm not concerned. I will probably be making them, but as I said, I'm not making shit until I have maxed out his ability to make weapons. It's that simple. And we're still a fair bit of ways from the ability to max out his smithering potential. His next is 175, and the next might be after that. I don't remember if it's 150 or like 250 or if it's 200. I think we just have to make that as we can. Harold still has available shifts. He's got guard. We'll give him some guard today. We'll put... Actually, no. He gets to be camp cleaner today. No, it's assigned to clean. Harold will clean. Make camp. Apparently Nefia is blind, so there's that. And apparently Harold will be fatigued before we enter, but Harold... I told you, we should have turned left at the runestone and followed the north shore of the lake. Right. No, left. Now we're lost again. The fat one pulls a finger from his nose and spots you as he does so. He calls out a warning through his though his accent is so thick it's utterly unintelligible. You assume he's somewhere in the vast reaches of Svealand. Show yourself or face a tip of my sword. I am Trurox, daughter of Harold. Travels as well, eh? We're bound for Ree, but we seem to have gotten lost. The fat one mumbles something sumptuous into his blonde beard. You think he's expressing shame. I could give you directions. It takes a while to explain, but eventually it becomes clear that their constant bickering, terrible sense of direction, has a string of misfortunes are to blame for most of their troubles. Nevertheless, you manage to hammer in some ironclad directions to town. They're in luck, lads, and you've done us a great favour. We're happy to share a beer and tales of how we got here as thanks. I gotta get going. I'm sorry. Well, friendly, they seem prone to rambling, and you've wasted enough time as it is. You leave their camp and resume your travels. That is, of course, a reference to Blizzard with the Lost Vikings arcade game thing. We've gone hungry. Shit. I'm wasting a fucking day here, boys. We're not happy about it, let me tell you that. I'm not happy about it. The Lost Vikings. Originally, I don't remember. Was it a browser game originally? We're still gonna have Phantom do a little bit more tinkering. These, and I think we'll make a water skin as well. Yeah. Now we don't have anything in regards to that. Let's have Rhea swap from that to hunting. So to give us some meat for the next camp. Why are you guarding, you Darth bitch? I hate this game. A light infection to the chest. I'm not stopping for that. I'm sorry, you're not going to be a part of this anyway, so. Alright, sorry about that. I wasn't happy with my performance in battle and I had to go cry. Everything good in here? You don't mind if I help myself, do you? Thank you, I'll come again. There is also an achievement to clear out all the campsites, but we are sure as fuck not doing that. Because I already have it. I have all the achievements in this game. It's not necessarily a difficult achievement, because you don't have to camp at all of them, you just have to, you know, find them. As I said, I am not talking to these motherfuckers because I am not interested in doing it his way, because that lets us not get this mail. So he can go fuck himself, just for that. I want the mail. Start singing a Postman song. Postman, postman, kommer till klocka 10. Alltid går du bara rätt förbi. The traders and a couple of young hired guards have made a small camp and recently felled trees on the outskirts of the hamlet. My errand doesn't involve you, so my intentions don't concern you. You lose your man. Find him. Move on with our business. No, they're not going to be allowed to leave. They wear the colors of yelling. They're going to die. But we have to kill them in self-defense. It's true, we have to kill them in self-defense. What's his face we're looking for is in there. This encounter is a little wank. So. This is gonna run down there. That is why it's a load of wank. That was over there, okay. will reiterate my point. This encounter is a load of wank. This encounter is a load of wank. If we don't take an injury, we will be fine. I don't think we got injured there. No new injuries. Good. And there we have a knife. I do know about this knife, but I completely forgot about it. We'll take that there. And momentarily... No, we don't need to use that knife for anyone. Tell you what, we'll do this. Alright, let us set up some of this. You should be carrying a water skin for the sake of it. Take a net trap with you as well. Rustclaw can have that. You take this. Take that. You take this and that in that case. This. Yeah, door grease traps, but we shouldn't need them if everything goes according to plan. We'll take the figurine to him before we explore the tomb proper. We'll do our little business with the bandits down here first. Well, not the bandits, but you get what I mean. We have a lot of points we have to spend. Yes, we do. In case you are wondering, when it comes down to traps, I'm not going to give too much of a fuck because the sheer amount of experience, but you have spot traps on the ground in combat. I'm not sure if this is like a free action, yeah. Spot traps. Effectively use traps in their path. When a trap is revealed, the character will automatically come to a stop. And then you can disarm them. I just don't see the point, because the traps are easily able to be dealt with later on. It's the traps here in the early game that are a load of wank. It's not the worst on my end, as I do know where most of them to some degree are. You wouldn't happen to know anything about the dead man on the wagon. Just a warning. Previously, Blair asked me to find you. I know you're a thief, but are you also a murderer? Is that equipment worth taking a life to keep? Is it worth dying over? Just give her the stuff. Good enough. Tell him whatever the fuck I please, and there's not a damn thing you can do about it. To be fair, I don't think he gives a fuck. Now, said equipment, stolen hide armor, stolen sword. Shouldn't be better than Mailbiter. I will therefore just give it to you, because it should be better. Yeah. Take that off as well. Actually, Kettle Coat dual wielded. It doesn't matter. But in terms of armor, the only one who's not wearing any semblance of armor right now is me. So I will wear it. That said, I'm also very curious to take back Kveldorfer's armor. 36. So it's technically better. Yeah. We'll let Nephew keep that because it doesn't really matter which one of us wears what armor. Actually, you know what? He made armor for me after all, didn't he? He lent it to me to fight Aslifer. Is a damn good piece in terms of its protective values, however. Single-edged sword? Let's see. This should be where the guards to the tomb are. We're not dealing with them yet, so let's go back across this hill. Round. The rock formation. Anything to nick around here before we talk to that guy? I think I'll skip talking to him, actually. He doesn't say anything particularly useful. Basically, you ask him for information and things like that. No real point. And this guy right here, he's an idiot. Because he makes boats. We're pretty far away from the water here. Don't get me wrong, you can make boats anywhere and transport them, but like... that becomes the penultimate question of all origin. I did see something down here as well, so let's head down there and then we'll go into that guy. And then we just have outside the cliff to explore, and then we'll murder people, and then we'll be happy, and then we'll take our treasure and we'll fuck off into the night. I will read a fair bit of the more important dialogue bits, but we're not doing any too really important dialogue bits when we're just talking to some random merchant. Why would Reeb give a fuck about that guy? Whatever. Not my problem. The reputation he gave with Reeb is completely irrelevant anyway. So, murder these people down here. I'm gonna save before we do it. And then we will... Lyngvi. I like it. Yngvi Malmsted, vet du. Jävla svenske drittsäck. Knuttla idiot, man. Small cap is still where you last left them. Found him, dealt with it, but he no longer had your equipment. That woman is wearing my armor. I am fine with that. You go tickle her inappropriately. You go stand right there. You go stand right here. And that should be good. Yeah, Doc. Thank you. Stab. Stab. You gotta be careful with fire because it will apply injuries and shit. Jab. You got him past the shield. How's life for my good friend? Heck. Thank. I love how this orientation of a party truly plays out. Broadsword. So basically all we get from that is just free armor. We just get Nephew's free armor here. Stolen broadsword is sort of Alright, let's go prepare to stab someone. You should be good and ready to... I need to do a quick bit of thinking if I need to do anything more and read. I don't think I do. But returning back to the point before I got distracted by everything happening in this place. Actually, I do need to read this and then we can focus on talking about it. Shouldn't be anything here, yeah, no. Four people, 3 men and a woman, stand on either side of the entrance of the passage, casually chatting with one another, as if the concept of full-time guards to protect a burial mound in the middle of fucking nowhere isn't usual enough. They all appear to be uncommonly well armed. All guards draw their weapons when you approach the big stone slab that blocks the entrance to the grave. The women speak. "Hey, Loxel, what's your business?" Perception. Let's examine the guards. The woman is clad in what looks to be Frankish mail. A Jarl will be proud to dress his housecarls in mail like this. All 4 hold swords, but one looks like it might be from the east, while the other is clearly Saxon. Neither of them has the posture of a trained warrior. In fact, they look rather like farmers stuffed into a suit of armor and getting swords instead of hoes. Yes. You take a few steps closer. While she tenses up visibly, you wave your left hand in a casual gesture. While her eyes are on that hand, you bring up your knife in your right. Jab, 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 jab. She visibly tenses, yeah. The knife slides into her neck right above her mail, and her face contorts into a grimace of shock and horror. The horrific cries of the other guards fill the night as you pull your knife back through her throat, and blood gushes from the wound. That isn't a difficult fight though, because there's only 4 of them. So even if they had been, that wouldn't have been difficult. But we get the cursed mail armor from that, which is definitely worth it. As stated, we will give this to Asleifer, and that gives our buddy over here some armor. Now, if we take a look at Asleifer back here, he is now wearing mail. Everything else pretty much stays the same, but you now see the clear definition of mail on him. Alright, time to enter the tomb. Sharp stench of rot-like garbage heap makes you gag as you inch past the stone into the tomb within. Much to your surprise, faintly flickering candles light the room ahead. A few steps down the corridor, you smell something else. The rot, flat, earthen smell that seems to settle on your tongue. You start to feel lightheaded. Drugged. The corridor is only a dozen long steps, but it feels like you somehow walked a mile before you're out of it. One by one, your companions stagger woozily out of the corridor behind you, blinking in the dim light. Roskva speaks in a hushed, anxious tone. There's someone there. Thing. Underground ones. They're in the shadows. Can't be. They're not real. The shadows are moving in the room ahead. You hear a low growl and a metal scrape against the moldy dirt. Aww, my microphone isn't picking it up. Your head is spinning. Well, shit. Asleifer is also in the worst possible spot. You take that position, you take here, you go here, here, I'll take there. Let's end this turn here. What's the point of having armor if you still take that much damage from a singular spear hit, you fucking muppet?
Let me take a look.
Good. Good.
Now, this also reduces his overall accuracy. Well, of course, he's demoralized as well, so he's not going to hit a damn thing. Interrupt, you go here, use Tyr's favor. We got a Danax coming in. Let's take a step back because of that. 20, that's respectable damage. That's what you want to see from someone wearing a mail shirt. Becomes a lot more manageable. I need to give him grab. I forgot to spend my points. Kurva. Do that actually. Give that a kick. See if you can stun. We'll use that in here. I hate this location because you just get fucked from all angles if you're not careful. You take 3 steps in there. You step here. Step there. And Kettle's going to die.
Where did all this blood come from? Oh.
Wait, what can I do against that? Well, of course I could have him behind here, but I planned the thing there, so that didn't happen. Take one step back and then charge forth. That should be good enough. Oh, you... I need to sort of kill these two in one turn as well. I was mad. I became mad. I became mad. I'm sorry. Really? Did I at least hand in the mysterious figurine? Okay. The exact same setup as last time, so let's do the exact same thing. I'm pretty sure she's standing here. You go here. I'll keep Kettle there, it doesn't really matter. No point use demoralize, no one really gives a fuck, but just use it for that. Poke. Arrow. Maneuvering. Yep. This is always guaranteed. It's not always guaranteed to knock down. It did. And it. That makes that a lot easier. That gave us a bearded Danax. This time around. Yeah, we're just going to go straight into the tube. I'm gonna save outside of it this time though, if the game's going to be stupid, and let's remember to spend our motherfucking points. Where are you? Okay. Hi. Perception. Stab. There are 3 other highly sought after actually, can you just kick him to knock him down?
That's right. I see the fear in your eyes.
Okay. Done. Let's spend our fucking points this time too, shall we? Get dual wielding. Let's get the next point in diplomacy. Might as well pick up a point in guard as well for the sake of it. There's nothing else here that I want particularly. Thick skin. It's not gonna hurt to have that physical resistance. It's not that big a deal, it only works on basic attacks. That gives us cure, so if someone gets stunned, we can use it to bring them back to the land of the useful doing. It is tempting to put points into Roskva's ability with a shield. But we do not need to do it yet, because he still has a lot of alternative points she could spend. Put 1 point here. We'll also play stunned, and then we'll take that for now, I think. Just get a little bit extra utility with her in case someone decides to walk past her. You have what I need you to have. So let's give you an additional point in shield. She starts with 3 cooking, hence why I haven't been talking about cooking. And what we want with her is ability to be incredibly tanky. And ranged resistance. This little mutton head is going to do I get plenty of strong arm between his kicks and Gunnar's grappling. So while it would be nice to have Aslifer grapple as well, I don't think we need him to grapple, for the sole reason that him stunning, kicking is generally going to do a lot, and him standing around with a shield is also just inherent passive cover for us. But if I take him away with that shield just to grapple someone to allow us to shank him, that's not... It's good, but it's not... We'll see how the rest of it develops. Do guard. He can do that. Yeah, that's important to have on someone, so he can do that. Let's take Keen Eye, Opportunist, and Steady Hands. Get Nimble too, it's going to be useful now that he's wearing mail. Nefia, should you take Flurry? Can you do anything else useful? To some degree, but not enough. Pick up another point in your scouting. Was that 100% crit? Hit chance, okay. Yeah, we'll just focus on your ability to be useful at the moment. I tend to have her passively stand with the shield anyway, so we'll put a point in that. You little muppet. Hunting, preserving. Sure. Flank is very powerful. Give you keen. I'll deal with these later. I will spend his points though. Since we decided he's going to do dual axes, he's going to do this and this. I always max out Galder with him because I just like to. And then he's another one of our camp guards. Strider would do opportunists. Not gonna worry about these, as I said, so. Now that we have spent our fucking points, we can flip some on the bird and do this and head back to scan. We did look through this last time, so they can shut up. Last time our overall Power Ranger position turned out pretty good. So let's do something similar this time. I don't need to do more with him at the moment, though. It is going to be worth it if I kill him with him. That was a very, very confusing path.
Deserves to be commemorated in verse. Did you see that hit?
Have you move away, give you another attack. We'll give an attack opportunity. This should hopefully be enough to kill. It won't be worth it. Put a shot with what's his face instead. Not at all what I meant to do, game. Okay, guess we should buy a ticket to the lottery. You just go here, prepare yourself for the next wave. No point in worrying about this. Blow him a kiss.
Fix this.
I'm in your debt.
Fighting would be more fun if it didn't hurt so much.
Think I'm getting the hang of this.
You here. Actually, you take that position. You take this position. You take this position. Now, let's parry with you. So if you parry, you have 90% melee DR. It's probably more than these, isn't that? 70, 60. I didn't equip the mail! I am an idiot!
Need a hand? Thanks for the help. That'll be tricky to heal.
Shit!
Idiot.
Oh my fucking god, dude. Let's give you another attack. You know, when I think about it, if I had kept Trurox at that position, that wouldn't have happened. Because he wouldn't have been able to charge through because he would be scared of the interrupt attack coming out of her. You're dead anyway. Is that still your ranged weapon? Hate you. Not gonna use it anywhere else. Might as well use the heavy swing. Sure it does Ross, but great comfort to know that we are truly blessed by Tyr. You need to succeed. Thank you. And I need to rush forward and get this head off. get Kettle. You are so fucking useless. It didn't say that was Roskra's injury, but a light laceration to the groin is now a guaranteed injury we have to contend with. I don't want you to have the ability to move so we can potentially get to him this turn. I should have charged. I'm an idiot. In this case, I don't think it mattered. Moderate resolation to the groin. That's not bad at all. We'll just ensure we talk to Hulda before we fuck off. The last thing falls to the ground. Let's out a raspy death rattle. You hear them squint at the corpses and shake their head as to clear the fog from their minds. Adis looks around quickly, trying to spot anything else that might jump at her. Finding nothing, she quickly turns to you. What the fuck was that? We might succeed this check. We did. Good. Bending down over one of the bodies, concentrating with all your might, you manage to shake the haze from your mind and achieve a moment of clarity. Looking at the body, it glows seems to have diminished for a few seconds to reveal the face of a starved man. Drained blood is caked around his mouth and hands. Of his clothes are completely tattered and torn. Old bruises and old wounds cover most of his bodies. Calm down, Adis. Adis. They were nothing more than starved and rabid people. We should take what we came for and get the fuck out of here! Is it hesitant? Now he is miffed. That armor is now adorning Gunnar the Peaceful. Good. Kettle. No, nephew. Take a bottle of grease. Footbiter. The stone slab is covered with old trinkets made from bronze and silver, bracelet rings, goblets, bowls, what even appears to be a scabbard for a knife. It glimmers faintly in the candlelight even beneath decades of centuries of dust. Kettle stares wide-eyed at the loot. There must be a fortune here, perhaps 30 hides worth, or more. Load up, we're taking everything. 6,000 valuable. You and your hermit fill your sack and satchels with trinkets until nothing remains on the stone. You pause to wipe the dust off your hands and listen to the silence fills the grave. If the spirits of the dead are angry with you, they're keeping it to themselves. It is possible that Pine Shield might be better than the current shield Adis is using. Anyway, Footbiter is going to be the best bow available to him for now. So, birch bow or birch bow, they are... This is better. Do you want a pine shield? No wonder she never blocks anything. We'll just take that then. The difference between them is irrelevant. It's the next shield upgrade that's going to be big for Roskva. Because to be fair, she just sort of has a shield for the sake of having a shield. And this looks like nicer compared to her old Shellen shield. Is Shellen? Jutland. Or whatever the fuck school is called. Gelling, yeah. You're the last to leave the claustrophobic darkness of the tomb, the haze lifts from your mind when you emerge from the into the fresh air once more. Unfortunately, the most basic of pleasures don't seem to occupy you for long. A bit of an angry mob has gathered in front of the burial mound, armed with pitchforks, axes, and rudimentary spears. As soon as you get over the initial astonishment and manage to mobilize such a large crowd so quickly, your eyes are drawn to the figure at the front. How dare you? How dare you defile the sanctity of the tomb? How dare you defy the protection of the underground ones? How dare you to steal from the venerable king of the ancients? Not a bad attempt at poetry, but I've heard far better. He raises a finger at you and points at a pandemonium of righteous rage. Wretched thieves! You breached the most holy rite of our ancestors, then you have the gall to make light of the situation? Stand aside or draw your weapons. Either works for us. The vengeance of the Underground One will be visited upon us. The only way to appease them, a sacrifice. Kill the thieves, my friends. Their blood shall wash away the taint of our failure. Anyone ever tell you guys are pretty outmatched here? Let's take Aslifer here because he's got a whooping 50% reduction to their damage. I'll have you go over here. We'll toss Adis over here. And you can just stand there. Roskva can go here for now. Roskva is nephew, you fucking muppet. We'll do that for the surprise round. She slapped her. But that's going to give us the favor of the gods. Let's kill this guy first, shall we? Spread the joys of watching people bleed. Can you throw a rock at him and give him harried? Why not? You have a 50% chance if we drop this arrow on him. This is a completely moot point, but if we do that, that puts that at 76, which is good enough for me. I hate you with a burning passion of the fiery suns. I take it back, you're kind of an okay dude. Smack that guy. There. Hey, this smacks that guy. We'll see. Oh. That's probably overkill, but I don't care. Don't run away. Maneuvering. Voila. Charge. Good shit. The furs are numerous, they are terrible, and died. The guy will be catered for, let's fuck off. Even if there are witnesses, what are they gonna say? We're not from around here. We didn't even talk to any of the villagers, so that's a completely moot point on their end. Squall is screwed in our finesse department. Let's see what we can do personally with the additional point. Let's get restless before I fucking forget again. Let's get some range resistance. For you. What, 75? We're close to that amount of expenditure. We might as well give you some shield skill, I guess. Do we have anything else we need to give you here? Not really. Because again, all of these are sort of a moot point. We will give you the added tankiness ones though, because they're just generally useful. We will spend all the points now, I guess. We would want you to have Cure as well, because that can just be useful. So we'll put that point in now. What does the second tier here give? Restores more health, okay. You do that. You don't need it yet. Soon. Well, not yet. Thick Skin will put his melee DR to 50. Actually, no, physical resistance is this. So that's not that important of a perk, actually. It is good, but it's not that important. And you do that, so it's sort of a moot point. Give you Bloodthirsty, and we'll give you Nimble. You little cretin. $16 points available to be spent. Opportunist for you is not that big a deal because you're not in melee. We'll give you low profile and we'll give you... Does Roska have low profile? Yeah. Other archer, she's got that, she's got this. We'll give her that as she should have it just for the sake of it. Hunting. And let's get ourselves powerful kick. Might as well not mess with the build too much. Phantom will take another point in a spear, and he will get himself Inspire. Might as well. Okay, we don't have enough for that. He will take... Yeah, what will he take? I didn't realize he had Rebuke. Well, he does have Rebuke now, so he's got a lot of CC and it's going to be incredibly useful for us. Our little dinky wink of a Berserker over here can take armor smithing. Pump points in there. It's very easy for him. Once the second he gets an ability, you know, he's going to spend so many points on the crafting and smithing. Take Keen Eye. But you just become such a powerful build once you build this guy for damage with this build. The game doesn't even know what to call it because it's just so weird. Starts off as a Berserker and then you become a combatant and then you end up with a rogue type build. It's absolutely hilarious. We don't need to save the game right now because we're leaving. Now basically, if we weren't inclined to kill them for the mail, and we go talk to the actual guy we murdered, he will be saying, oh, I can let you in, but we need to appease the underground ones before, so he'll want a 3 thrall sacrifice, which is why you start with 3 thralls at the beginning of the game. Oh, they don't even care. Or you can tell him to get fucked and his son or whatever it is will come over and be, hi, hello, how are you doing? And you can have him steal the token that you can show the guards and then sneak in and do it. It's different, but as I said, the ability to get that mail shirt early, even if it's not particularly good. As let's be honest, this mail shirt that Aslifer is now wearing is pretty goddamn terrible. Because it's just effectively a more restrictive leather armor comparative to everything else, but you have to remember how badly fucked the durability on this. If we fix that up, we're going to be having around 40 some odd or something like that in damage reduction, but I just don't think that's worth it. Because this shirt is just going to be used until we have better, and then we're done with it. I'm not repairing it. It's just not worth it. We do not have to go back to Reeb. We do not have to go to Scared Forest. We can go to Scared. Should we... we can't take a look at the farm. We should wait to see if we have... We don't have the materials to do anything building-wise, do we? Take Roskva, we'll take our stuff with the Gators. Gonna be nice to sort of... I think I'll keep Nefia to begin with in our journey in Britain. We're not going to do that today. We're going to say our farewells and end on the arrival of Britain to design our party. But I am a bit hesitant on what to do there. Do we have our first merchant here already? We do, because if he sells lumber, we can initiate more construction. Honorable Tane, welcome to my humble stall. I heard you have undertaken new works of construction, and you have come to offer you my services. What do you sell? Mainly wood from the north, sturdy stuff that will help you expand and improve your homestead. Although my old mercenary contracts I also have the means to buy thralls, very useful if you want to speed up your construction. As payment, I gladly accept perverse food or salvage. Let me see what you have. Because he's got terrible prices at the moment due to the overall poor desolation of our current village. It's just very hard for him to find people that are willing to take the risk, or it's not the best profit for him to be there, so he just has to have higher prices. But that will get fixed by our development of other things. We should also spar with the youngins. That's what we should do before we prepare to end the stream in winter. Now, hides, salvage. weekly, fortnightly, weekly, yeah. So every 3 weeks, every 2 weeks, and every week. I used to think the hide is better, but then I realized you don't craft armor until you can make your own mail, and then you have more than enough. Because in order to make one good mail shirt, you need 80 hide. 80 hide. Let's just get that in there again. 80. That's a lot of fucking hide. We can't even make a good mail shirt now. And we've done everything there is to do in Denmark and not spent a singular fucking piece of hide. That should tell you something. And hence why it's not really worth until you can max out your armor smithing abilities. Which we're not that far off when we think about it, because armor smithing is but a tier 4 craft. So we should be able to make mail pretty soon. But as I said, it's just not worth until that point. And we should be getting enough to make mail at that point anyway. So I would argue salvage is better, because you're going to be making a lot of swords and, well, not necessarily swords, but you're going to be making a lot of different forms and styles of weapons throughout your career doing things. So I prefer that, but we do not need the power quite yet. I'd rather try to get some here, and this provides herbs per week. Rations weekly, so I do think rations aren't that hard to get. You get a lot of rations, it's easy. Rations are overall cheap. Herbs just give us a completely an easy, simple means to get medicine, which becomes a bit more beneficial when we're in the Isles. Because here it takes us, a couple hours to get back to Skjern, while it takes a longer time to get from wherever you are in Britain all the way to the sea to get to your ship and then sail back so Hulda can take care of it. I think we're going to go for the herbal glade because of it. Palisades are very, very important, but we don't need it right now, I'll tell you that. And pier. It would be nice to build the pier just for the sake of we're going to have a nice pier to take up. But we don't need it just yet. Road, these are very cheap. Like they're long projects overall. Time a week. But we can wait with that stuff and use some slaves on it later down the track. Banner should take about 3 days. So I think we'll toss this first one toward the herbal glade. Let's take our step over with Hulda Crow Talker. Delectable. And then we can... My hermits are injured. Irdmen even. Swing by every once in a while. Now that is officially everything we've done here. The big thing, as I said, we have to do this. We don't have to, but it's going to give us some skill points or two. That woman is huge. That gives us complete A practice fight against a kid for your ship district. Watch them. Their enthusiasm is grace, but underneath it much to be desired. Your hair could certainly teach them a thing or two. Mind if I join you? Everyone stop what they're doing. They all look toward you. The oldest one who you recognize is eldest, aidest, youngest answers. We would be honored. The youngest kid will go from one of the more distant areas in your Skifrida. Nearly jumps with excitement. Oh yes, the thanks people against the rest of us. Surprise round? What kind of wank is that? There's no surprise here. That's like we take that position. You here. Hate you. I hate you with a passion. I don't think we can kill them, but I'm gonna put on non-lethal just in case. Just have him get healed.
I'm in your debt. Got. Here's favor. It's a big sword for a little girl. It's around a little bit. Can you just do that? Good. Toss that. Do you just completely suck or something? You just enjoy being absolutely terrible or something? It's aggravating. I did not mean to give it to her. Whatever. I mean, you can brace all you jolly well want, but we can expose you. Run over here. Oh, I did it again. Yay, we beat up kids. Anakin will be proud.
We'll fight the fall and get back on feet to tilt down a lot from their defeat. Thank you. Do you wish to go again? Nope. Wait. Aeson gives you a respectful nod. Her boys have always been well behaved. Okay. Kid gets bad in the ring. I assume they don't practice. There are always people training here. Come back anytime if you want to try new moves in a safe environment. That's not entirely true because we completed the quest. We cannot fight again. I just wanted to do that for the sake of doing it. Wait, can I steal from you? We'll behave. We'll behave. Alright, with that, that should be everything here, and we should be now able to go tell that to our mother. Actually, did I heal their wounds, or did I just go straight to training? I forget. Because I think I'm an idiot, and I forgot that. But if I forgot that, it's good. Let's take a look at their open-minded, pessimistic, independent, peaceful. Does not sound like me. Conceited, optimistic, skeptical, and greedy. Cooperative, optimistic, spectacle, and cunning. They're not the worst. I said I'm not talking too much. Looks like things are coming together. Dolphins already laid down the hull for the new ship, Darkheart. I see we recruit our full crew. They seem like a solid bunch. I still have some matters to tend to. I need to talk to this useless wanker over here. Greets you with a smile, but it's not reflected in his eyes. How's it going, sis? You seem a bit... I don't know, something, since the raid. I know you said I acted correctly back there, but it doesn't feel that way. I remember that failure whenever my mind is idle. I can't help it. I keep reliving the helplessness I felt. I see the way others look at me. They say nothing, but they think I'm weak, unmanly, and they're right. A man who can't protect his family is no man at all. The others are wrong. I'm your sister, and I know your strength, the strength of wisdom, and your kindness. Wisdom and kindness, not the quantities of a warrior. That's why you're the Thane instead of me. In a better world, you would be a great thing. Wisdom and kindness are quantities any ruler should possess. You've been given a world where our strength of arm is all people respect. It's clear that your brother sees the truth in your words, but it doesn't appear to make him feel any better. You hit the nail on the head there. I think I simply don't belong. I never have. The darkness settles over him. The sooner I face that, the sooner I'll find a way forward. Thank you for being straight with me. You're a good sister. End the campaign. Can now kick them in. So that's actually interesting. I've never done it. I'm not going to because I don't want to. They're interesting characters, and we're all about that here. I did one where I pretty much just had those two, just to see, and I just didn't add anything to have those other custom characters. It just didn't do anything for me. Once that herbal glade completed. Everyone is gathered on the shore to watch your beautiful new ship ready to be launched. Looks a bit tiny. Astrid takes the scene with the kind of pride only a mother can display. If only Harold was here to see this. Your hird gathered in front of your ship. He would be so proud. I will find him, Mother. And find out what happened to him. Actually, no. We'll play the clan. We'll play the clan tag. She reached out. She reached a hand across your chin. I believe in you. We all do. Now, goodbyes only get more difficult the longer you put them off. May the winds of the gods fill your sails, my daughter. Now it's time to say goodbye. Wish everyone happy trail. Start off with Ada's. Ada's sons have been helping her haul her equipment onto the ship. Her late husband, Uncle, has come to say goodbye. Adis said, "You boys take care of your grand uncle now. Can't very well absent. Handle the farm. Himself, you need to make up for my absence. The youngest son is struggling to maintain his composure. You won't be fighting, right? Up to the Thane, Thorkel. Gotta do whatever it takes to keep everyone safe. I should be going instead of you. Thorwald is 19 winters, old enough to fight. Being over this, not having that discussion again. Not now. Come back soon." Adis swallows hard. Back before you know it. Then you boys won't ever want for anything again. They both just sort of nod and stare at their feet. Adis pulls them both in for another hug. Then she solemnly nods to her uncle-in-law and turns toward the ship. Ready? Ready as I'll ever be. Yeah, Phil? You find Kettle next to several stacks of equipment on the shore. Exchanging a few parting words with Leodr and Sigrider. Sigrider pulls Kettle in for a warm embrace. Her eyes glisten with the morning sun. Take care of yourself out there, kid. We're both really proud of you. I wish I could go with you, but Sig wouldn't survive without me. Wait for them to finish. Sigrid laughs heartily while wiping her tears away, nearly poking out an eye in the process. He's awful. But he's right. We are proud of you. It takes great courage to follow your friends into danger. You've become a hell of a hunter. Not as good as my wife, of course, but I know you'll keep everyone well fed. Kettle crosses his arms and grins at the other. And it's good your wife is such a skilled hunter too, old man. Or you'd starve to death without me. While Kettle and the other exchange less subtle insults to make each other laugh, the other gently tugs on your sleeves and pulls you away for a hushed appeal. I told Kettle to watch out for you, now I'm telling you to watch out for him. Kettle's like a brother to me. Your father was the strongest warrior I've ever known. His men loved him, and he'd undertake countless journeys in his life. Whatever he found out there claimed his life regardless. Kettle, you, Nefia, you're all so young. I know you feel invincible, but you need to watch out for each other. Wouldn't let anything happen to my little brother. Thank you. Hearing you say that makes me feel a lot better. May the wind carry you safely home. Sigrid walks back to the other and Kettle for a few more parting words and another hug. At last, it looks like everything that's needed saying has been said. And Kettle extracts himself from his mentor to join you again. I didn't expect it would be so easy to say goodbye. I don't think they found it that easy. They're fine. I've taken a little bit. It'll take a little bit to get used to my absence, but then everything will return to normal, I'm sure. Well, I'll get my things on board. See you on the ship when you're ready. The Moskva drifts like a low fog toward the beach. A single sack slung carelessly across her shoulder and gives you a quiet nod. Where do I put my stuff? Anywhere you want. Is that all? Pretty much one change of clothes and a whole bunch of things you don't want to know about. One? I live in a bog with an old woman. Moskva nods in Nefia's direction. I don't have occasion to make myself sparkle like the warrior princess over there. How did Hulda take the news? She's, I didn't tell her. He's going to look after her. The 80s boys promised to check on her every morning, and Dag Heider will visit with dinner in the evening. Probably the best. Probably, yeah. It's not like that. She'd let me leave if she were better. So how do you feel? Fell. Didn't know. Yeah, feel. Pretty good. Looks at the ocean. Calm blue crystal stretching as far as the eye can see. Never really left the village. Don't worry, we'll look after you, and your knowledge of witchcraft will serve as well. Nordvan nods quietly, but her face betrays no emotion. I'll do my best. Alright. Get the fuck on the bow and make yourself at home. Yes, sir. Now, talk to Nefia first. Walks up to you, followed by a dark cloud. I need your help. I haven't told Mom that I'm leaving. Can you please help? You don't have to tell her. She'll notice eventually. That's tempting, but I can't be that cruel to her. Come on. You don't have to talk to her. I just need you for moral support. Alright. Thank you. I don't know what I think I can handle it myself. Come on. We'll wait a little bit. Veldilfer, be careful out there, Trurox. Fuck are you? And get the fuck out of here. I missed a bit of that, but... What a ship. I never knew Torford had it in him. I feel bad for asking him to no. He really is artistic. Alright, let's go see what Nefia has made it to her family. She has. Nefia's mother, Björgdis, is standing on the doorway to her house, arms crossed with a concerned expression on her face. Trirox, aren't you expected on the ship? Not say anything. Nefia takes a deep breath. I'm leaving, Mom. The Thane needs me. No. 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 I know it's dangerous, but my destiny lies there. I'm going. Trurox was a bad influence. You crazy girls have always been horrible for each other. You want me to meet some pointless end in the districts? In the distant land? Your sister and I need you here. Curses, Mom. You already got a Fiora. Just trust me for this one time that I want what I want. And Nefia's mother turns to you, her voice raised in at least that deathly tone. Please, Trurox, go if you insist. Please don't take my daughter. She's one of our most skilled warriors, in whom I know how she fights like the back of my own hand. She will come to no harm as long as she stands true within my shield wall. She's not a warrior, she's my little girl. I've indulged her flights of fancy for too long. I will not let you take her from me. Nefia's twin sister glides up behind her mother to put a gentle hand on her shoulder. Ephira is still clad in her knife clothes and has covered herself in 2 layers of woven blankets. Apart from her pale and spotless skin, she looks exactly like Nefia. They even wear their hair the same way. Mom, you're making a scene. My sweet girl, your sister wants to leave us. Ephira's voice is soft and gracious, completely lacking the forcefulness of her sister. Let her go, Mom. Nefia's meant for bigger things than life in this village. How can you say that? You knew about this. His wise daughter, Björndis. Listen to them. Björndis pulled both her daughters into a tight hug. You're right, they are wise, both of them. Sorry, nephew. I love you so much. Take care of yourself out there. Björndis releases her daughters to take one step back. My heart breaks to see you leave, but your father will be so proud of you. I know I'll see you again. Nephew is doing an admirable job of not crying. I love you, Mom. She turns to Afiora and pulls her braid lightly. And you too, you insufferable brat. I'll bring your daughter home intact. Somehow. Nephew hugs both of them before you set off back toward the beach. She turns several times on the way and wave happily. Two of them. Nothing to thank me for. You do not need that to be tagged. Aslyr is talking to Olbjorn Grimkel. The conversation falls silent when you enter earshot. It's a fine ship for Thorfinn built. She's sure to carry you safely across any sea. It's a beautiful ship indeed. Thorfinn's craftsmanship has brought honor to us all. Is your family not here, Aslyr? My family is not pleased about recent events. They wish for me to stay here and help on the farm and protect the clan. My father and I have settled matters already. I saw no reason to bring them here now. The ship is fine, but it's the crew that makes it sail as well as it does. Well said. There's no telling what we'll find over there, but with me as your bannerman, you'll have nothing to fear. I'm not making you the bannerman.
Who else could be worthy of the title?
I'll make the decision when we're all on board. Very well. You ready? Just parting with my friends. I'm going to leave when you are. Beautiful, isn't she? Strong, yet fast, intimidating, and with a spacious hold. Shall never build anything so impressive again. Your brother stands on the beach with his hands folded behind his back. Sensing your presence behind him, he seems to slump. I see no hope or glory out there. I gaze across all the ocean. All I see is absence and loss. I see my little sister disappearing into the horizon in a beautiful longship, with her devoted friends and housecarls, never to return. Don't be dramatic. I will return. I'm sorry. You're a grown woman and you're my thane now. But to me, you'll always be my little sister. The shame I feel because I dare not follow you is overwhelming. You fret for no reason. You're right, of course you're right. You've never given me any reason to doubt you, yet I can't help but worry. Take care of yourself, Truex. Without you, we would all be lost. Gunnar is breathing in the salty sea air with a contented look on his face. He turns and raises a closed fist in greeting as you approach.
We've chosen a good morning to set sails. Clear skies, calm water. We have no one here to say farewell to, but I need to know how hard it is for them to part for the first time. Take as long as you need. You have anyone back home? No one expects me to return. Maybe I'll see them again one day, if they don't see me first.
What do you think we'll find?
From what I've heard, large, rich temples built right up against the coast, undefended and ripe for clean picking.
Between you and me, I hope they're not entirely undefended, as I could use a good victory after that last battle. What was our last battle? The last battle was training, so that checks out. Trust you, Gunnar? As long as you give me a fair share of the loot. You can trust me to plant an axe in the skull of anyone who gets in your way. I'll be back when we're ready to set sail. Well, I'm not once. Turns back to the eyes of the sea. Stand at the bow and count your crew. Everyone is on board now. Getting acquainted with the ship, running hands along the wood, tugging at the ropes. Those who have shields slide them into the slots along the railing. Stacks of personal belongings are stashed below the boards. Finally, they pick their seats according to size and arm strength and turn to you, waiting. You can no longer postpone it. You need to pick Bannerman. The title of Bannerman denotes the most trusted member of your hird, your second in command, who you can expect to deal with little more than the other member of your crew. It's not entirely true with how the game proposes it or deals with it. The Bannerman's just sort of, you get morale. Aslifer hates it if you don't make him the Bannerman. In this case, I do think Adis makes a fair bit of sense. The most experienced sailor is, of course, Gunnar, because he was doing it before we did. But I do think we'll do Adis in this case, because Adis commands the respect of the village folks, because she would command the respect of Nefja Ketel, to some degree Gunnar as well. Aslifer would respect her, Roskvar respects her, which means it's just the other 3 housecarls here that don't respect her. So we'll toss it Adis' way. Adis stands and grasps your arm firmly. Pride shines brightly on her face. I will serve you well, Trirax. I will follow you into Valhalla if I must. You have my word. I didn't quite get that. Nefja... Oh, okay. So Aslifer lost morale and Adis gave morale. That's all that happened there. Friends and family are still gathered further on the shore, out of earshot of casual conversation, but close enough to hear any rousing pep talk you might attempt. This expedition has been many months in the making, but the time for talk and deliberation is over. Out there, in the land across the sea, we will find great riches, and we will plunder every last bit of it. A low chuckle ripples through your crew. A cheerful observant might spot a greedy glint in their eye. I will trust you will not squander. I will not squander the trust you have placed in me. Your lives and your health are my main concern. We're all hoping for wealth and glory, but what use are such things if we're not alive and well to enjoy them? Laughter and scattered shouts of "Hear, hear" carry across the cold morning wind, blowing over the bay. It will be dangerous. All of us may not return, but greatness has never been achieved without risk. Those of us who prevail will be rewarded with great glory, and the gods will take care of those who fall. Amidst the shouts of "Glory and death, and Odin will guide us," your herdmen bang their weapons against each other and the crowd cheers. Whatever you were before, now you are Vikings. All your followers have gained morale. A final ear-shattering burst of clapping, stomping, whooping, and banging of weapons erupt as you finish your speech. The crowd seems to be competing with your crew who can make the most noise. The ruckus is barely reduced as you make your way to your sea and signal for your herdmen to seize their oars and descend the ship into the bay. As soon as the elegant curves of the Dark Heart cut smoothly through the water toward the British Isles. Ave. So let's quickly take stock of morale here. Indifferent, loyal, indifferent, pleased, loyal, hesitant, good, unwavering, loyal, and loyal. I'm not worried about Aslifer's morale, I'll be completely honest with you. It will not take too long, because once we complete various different parts of the game, all followers will gain morale, so then it's just a matter about purposefully not pissing them off. Who shall go with us? I wanted to experiment with these three. We take Roskva with us. Do we take the archery from Kettle? I think we will. But at the same time, Nefia has been providing so much for us. Now we'll leave Kettle and we'll bring Nefia with us and see how that feels. Of course, the primary point of having two people with us is that one of us will be with us at all times, but we can experiment. Because if we can have Gunnar with us, we just get so much potential to lock people down. Backing it up with Nefia gives us that ability to rally that much more. Yes, Gunnar is wearing armor when I think about it. Men and women watch you disembark from the rocks above, silhouetted against the light grey sky. Down on the beach, two brave youngsters keep a close eye on the mysterious strangers and their imposing warship. Nefia's boots sink into the sands as he jumps a few feet from the ship, weapon in hand. I see a path up the cliffs to the south. They'll be expecting us. Gunnar grips his axe, clearly pleased to feel its weight in his hand. No, they know we're coming, but they won't be expecting us. Kettle staggers to his feet as the firm ground sways beneath him after days of sailing. Shading his eyes with his hand, he looks up at the stone building that towers above the cliffs. If we came for riches, I say we found it. Look at the fortress! If the plan is to attack that hall, I hope this coast is as undefended as the rumors made it out to be. A king who can afford a building like that can also retain the warriors to protect it. Roskva speaks barely loud enough to be heard over the roar of the surf. It's not a fortress, I think. It has an air of sanctity about it. I could be wrong, but Adis is already tossing sack of supplies onto the beach, making ready to establish a camp. Getting ahead of yourself, sweethearts. Smoke didn't come up from that building. There's a village above those cliffs. We should go say hi. We're gonna scout things out first. The rest of you drag up the ship and make camp. This will be where we end our momentary struggle. Yeah. He is set up with Howling Witch and a Bearded Axe in conjunction with the Tear Talisman. If we then factor in the adding of Tear's Favor, which is 25 DR, most of our people are then at 65 DR, 40 something DR, and so 50, 60, 70 DR, 36, 40, 50, 64, and 60, 70. That's decent, that's decent. It's not good, but it's decent. Again, it's because this mail shirt is just terrible, but going through it, these were all the pieces of armor we got that we could use. So this isn't bad at all in any capacity. It's not good, but it's not bad. Should be getting some more armor here on the shores of the shores of Breton. With that, I will be ending this stream, and I'll see you all next time.